Because on this day?
In 1954, Eric Faulkner, Scottish singer and guitarist for the 1970s pop group The Bay City Rollers, was born.
Also known as Bay City Rollers, also known as the Tartantine sensation from Edinburgh. Bay City Rollers, yeah.
Basic.
They were heralded as the biggest group since the Beatles.
How many times has that been said about other groups? That
I have no idea.
It seems like one of those
things
that was said about a bunch of people.
I remember Terence Trent D'Arby compared himself to the Beatles.
Yeah.
Well, and the Beatles compared themselves to Jesus, so
yeah.
You know.
Where does it stop?
I don't know. How's it going, kids?
Good. My arm's sore. I went and got my flu shot yesterday.
I did too.
Getting mine
and
Sunday.
I needed an appointment.
Mm-hmm.
Well, why?
I don't know. They just said I went to the Walgreens and.
We all walked into the Smiths up in the avenues. Yeah. This, as I said to my family, this is the only family outing we ever had.
Flu shots.
It's getting flu shot. It's the only time we're all kind of together doing something.
And so we did.
Got 'em.
We did yesterday too. So I had the kids, and I can't tell them about it ahead of time, because then they think not Jonesy so much, but Muhammad overthinks it. Because Muhammad has zero fat on his body at all. So I get it. I think it hurts him worse than the rest of us. But I said...
That needle goes right to the bone, doesn't it?
I said, Dad's working late tonight, so you guys get to pick what we do for dinner. You lead with that. And then you get in the car and you go, on our way to dinner... We're going to stop off at Walgreens.
And I'll get you an autograph from Samuel Jackson. My parenting style is lying.
It wasn't a lie. We were going to dinner. This was just a stop on the way to dinner.
My gambit is, okay, kids, we're going to get some dinner, but first, you get to pick where we go for flu shots.
And the nice thing about going to the Walgreens for flu shots, though, is you can also say, and you can go pick out a treat, because they got treats at Walgreens. Whatever treat you want at Walgreens.
Same thing at the Smiths. We got our flu shots at the Smiths. I said, each one of you can go to the dairy case and go to the cottage cheese section and pick out some cottage cheese. Whichever kind of cottage cheese you want.
So Jonesy went and picked out, because it's Walgreens, she went and picked out some face oil or some, fancy product-y thing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And Muhammad went and got, I can't believe they still sell those super little cheap, 1 AA little handheld video game kind of thing. Just the cheapest little...
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I said, that's what you want. You have the Xbox.
Now, does he swallow that with water, or does he?
He's no, this is cool. This little, $5.
It's not a treat.
Well, I meant, you can pick. He could have caught a candy bar, but he spied that and went, "Oh, cool!" I'm like, really?
When I did that
broken in 10 minutes.
My kids went out and went and picked. Both of them picked support hose, which I thought was kind of interesting.
So you should limit. You should put a few limits on the treat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it should be like when I was a kid, we'd get to go and get the treat when we were camping. We'd go into Loa to the mercantile there. And we could pick something off the Twirltown Toys rack.
Oh, yeah.
Because they were $1,
Yeah.
And I'd always get the balsa wood airplane.
Sure.
So limit,
because they break, you have to get them all the time. You don't ever just get one of those.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's, my kids are, it really is. I thought, this is the only time we're ever together is when we come to get a flu shot. This is weird. And so you want to see? Look, see, I still got the Band-Aid on right there.
I took my Band-Aid off.
There you go.
I put them on. When they're on there, I just wait till they wash off.
Till they fall.
Yeah.
It'll come off when it's ready.
That's right. It's like a scab. But it didn't bother me much at all. little bump there, but
Mine's sore, but that's okay.
a tiny
For a
bit.
good cause.
Well, yeah, I guess it's a cause.
Yeah. No, it's
Preventing
again,
the flu.
it's not just preventing the flu in you, it's preventing passing it around to other people. It's the same thing. It's a good thing to do.
Yes, it is.
And now it's done.
We've met our civic responsibilities for yet another day. I'm happy to be a citizen of this fine world.
So I asked the kids, okay, now we got the flu shot.
Mm-hmm.
What do you want for dinner? And Jonesy said, I want Pizza Studio. I said, okay. So we go over to the Foothill Village, and Pizza Studio does not exist anymore, apparently.
I didn't know it existed in the first place.
Yeah, what is it?
I'd never heard of it.
You go in and it's like a million of them. You walk down the line and say, I'd like the pepperoni and I'd like this kind of cheese. And they make your pizza just as you're walking by, and you get a little, individual pizzas.
Uh-huh.
And I said, well, look, see if it just moved. Nope, the entire company is closed. There are no more.
Were there more than one?
Yeah, it was a chain.
What is Pizza Studio?
She just said.
You go just make your own.
So it's Kramer's idea.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay. So they ripped off Kramer's idea.
Yeah, but there's a lot of them because there's also Mod Pizza. So I said, well, see if Mod Pizza's still open because it's the same thing.
Never heard of that either.
Yeah.
And so we went, and there's one in Sugar House. And so we went over there, and it's right across from the Smash Burger. And Mohammed said, I haven't had a Smash Burger in a year and a half because, we haven't been doing things.
Mm-hmm.
All right. You get a Smash. It was just a successful day. We got our flu shots.
Boy, it sure
Mohammed
sounds
got a
like
Smash Burger. Jonesy got her pizza. Everybody was happy.
What did you get?
I hadn't had a Smash Burger in a year and a half either. I got one too. So
I make them at home now. It's the burger my family prefers. I
yeah,
get
but
it.
you don't have the haystack onions at your house. Though.
How do you know? How do you know?
Do you have the haystack? Because that's what
I absolutely do not.
Okay.
But you can make the smash burger. It's interesting. I just came across a recipe for it, and you put a ball of raw hamburger on a really hot griddle. So I do it outside, and then I put a solid griddle out there, and then you literally just smash it with a spatula and get it as flat as you can, and it's all kind of craggy around the outside, and then you put a slice of American cheese on there. Like my family loves those. I just make them at home. Get some brioche buns, and I'll have to see if I can find the haystack.
Yeah,
whatever
get the
those are.
haystacks.
We're having burgers today.
At home.
No, we're heading up to it's Ripley, who has the bum ticker.
Your dog.
Yeah. She every 6 months has to go up and her cardiologist has to check her out. And this time it's the big visit. So it's the whole workup.
Yeah.
And so that means Sue and I have to kill some time while they do that. So she scouted out a burger place up in Ogden that she hears good things about. Not going to name it.
Come on.
Well, you haven't had it yet. He's going to wait until.
Yeah, exactly.
He'll review it later.
Apparently they have fried cheese curds there. That's all I know.
Is it the Angry Goat?
No, it is not.
So do you leave Hudson alone at home?
Oh, daycare.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, because...
He gets to go see his girlfriend at daycare.
Oh.
You could. Why don't you take Hudson with you to the burger place? He'd appreciate that.
No, he gets to hang out with Mitzi.
Well, Mitzi. What kind of dog is Mitzi?
They told me, and I forgot. I should remember because, well, they're getting closer, apparently, a little too close.
Is Mitzi from a good family? This is important to know.
I don't know anything about the family, but if it's love, it's love.
I think you ought to ask to meet the parents. You really should.
If this is going to go any further, you want to...
Well, we'll see how serious it is today.
Okay.
They might run off together if you're not careful.
Well, we'll see.
That would be odd, wouldn't it? The doggy daycare people call you up and say, we turned our back for a second, and Mitzi and Hudson are gone.
They're gone. They left a note. We can't read it, of course, but they left a note.
We're in love.
They were
No
spotted
one
at
can
a
keep us
spaghetti
apart.
place, and then nobody knows where they went.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right. The sooner we get this started, the sooner we can get it over with. So
I'm for that. Mm-hmm. So I guess we want to try and get people to check in, huh? Call us and say, hey.
Sure. Let's know who's out there this morning.
I'm having my Mill Creek coffee right now. I'd walk a mile for a cup of Mill Creek coffee. Right there. Mill Creek coffee, locally owned, roasted coffee. It's delicious. There's my Mill Creek mug.
I got mine. I got to mix mine up here.
Yeah. So if you want to check in with us, 877-602-9696. That's the number to call. Just to say, hi, you guys. How you doing?
What's up?
What's up? We'd love to hear from you.
Yes, 877-602-9696. Wendy's right now for breakfast. Okay, because we were talking about burgers and all of that stuff, but and Wendy's has a fine burger, but they have an even finer breakfast. Sleep in, sleep in. Take that extra half hour. You'll thank me for it because you're going to stop and get breakfast at Wendy's because it's fast, it's easy, it's convenient, and most of all, it's delicious and affordable. The Wendy's breakfast croissant for just $1.99. And you can get your sausage or bacon, egg and Swiss croissant for just $1.99. It's a limited time only. Price and participation may vary at U.S. Wendy's. It excludes the maple bacon chicken croissant. But this is a terrific deal. You sleep in, you get breakfast, you're not making a mess in the kitchen. You get your sausage or bacon, egg and Swiss croissant for just $1.99. Fresh cracked eggs, buttery flaky croissant, your choice of the oven-baked bacon or the delicious Wendy's sausage, which I think is superior to the other sausages. All for just $1.99. Hit the drive-thru at Wendy's this morning.
So you guys have bidets, right?
Mm-hmm.
I have experienced a bidet. I do not have one in my house.
So I have one in my house, and I've come to prefer it. And I mean, there are 3 toilets in the house. Only one of them has a bidet, and I really prefer it. And when I was having my spine surgery, one of the physical therapy people or something said, "Now the first thing I'm going to recommend is I hope you have a bidet at home, because it'll be difficult to clean yourself up." And I said, "Well, I do." But I wonder if you've experienced this, Carrie.
Yes.
And maybe you, Gina. It takes you a while to trust the bidet. To trust that it has done its work as it should have.
Yes.
Don't you have, shouldn't you check to make sure all is well?
Well, particularly if you have a bidet which has a dryer on it.
Hold it. Before we go any further, let me...
Yeah.
It's Poop Chat on X96 Radio from Hell.
Okay, go ahead.
So, particularly if it has a dryer, which cleans you and then it dries you off.
Yes.
Do you trust it?
Yeah.
So for a while, I was not quite sure if I trusted, so I would check.
Yeah.
But I've gotten to the point where
You just assume everything's been taken care of?
pretty damn sure.
Wow,
Oh,
you're
I
braver.
never
You're
got
braver
there.
than me.
Yeah.
You're
I
braver
haven't,
than
and
me.
I haven't had a problem. I have not had a problem.
I have not developed that much trust yet.
So that I don't have to use toilet paper at all.
Well, I'm using less toilet paper. But,
Yeah.
but
I was in the honeymoon phase.
There's all trust there. You're willing to try anything in that phase.
Yeah. But now that the bidet and I are an old married couple, I know it's doing its job and it's got my back.
I don't
side,
need to
so
check.
to speak.
Yeah, I don't know if I could. Although I don't live with one. Maybe if I lived with one, I would get there. But in the times I have experienced them, I'm like, well, that was nice and everything, but I'm just going to make sure.
I think you have to get to the point where you trust it, or what's the point? What's the point of even having a relationship with a bidet if you can't trust it 100%? I say stick with your old toilet and your old toilet paper then.
Well, again, it's a trust issue.
Yeah, exactly. I trust my bidet.
Okay.
Trust it.
I'm happy for the two of you.
I know how to position I know how to position myself, and it knows where to squirt.
Okay. In any good relationship, that's the case. So.
And see, and that's the thing is that I trust but confirm.
Yep. Trust but verify.
I trust but verify.
Yeah. No. Carrie, I'm gonna challenge you over the next little while.
I would be spending that next few hours afterward just
are you sure it wasn't
uneasy?
Yeah.
You know.
Well, but this is the perfect time because you're not going anywhere. So later on in the day, when it comes time to change your clothes, you'll know.
Oh, yeah, I don't have that kind of trust, I'm afraid.
I'm glad it's working out for you, though.
It's a wonderful relationship.
Not many things have gone your way lately, and I'm glad this is one that is going your way.
And besides, I can't really verify.
Oh,
if you wanted to?
Immediately afterwards.
I see. Well, so it's sort of you were forced into trust.
Well, I'd gotten to the point where I trusted it before that.
Oh, okay. All right.
Did you make today? Did you make poo-poos? Any poo-poos? 'Cause that's poison in the body, you know.
They're going to put us on a stamp for sure.
Reminding him to make when he waits too long and gets plugged up. What is that? What are you doing? It's a signal for poo-poos. You got to learn the signal. I don't want to learn the signal. Don't make her do the signal, Mom. She has to learn the signal. I don't want to learn the signal. Now this hand is the potty, beckoning the poo-poos, and in they go. Huh? She's not doing it.
All right.
She's not doing it.
If we're having poop chat.
It's Poop Chat on X96 Radio from Hell.
I don't want to be in Stockholm. I don't want to be Stockholm syndromed into enjoying a toilet. Someone texted.
Well, it's better than resenting it. It's better than.
No, I'm glad you've embraced it. This is good.
I wonder if anybody else has had that feeling of, I've done this enough. I trust that bidet. It's done its work. I don't have to check. It's like your mother said, have you been eating that candy out of the candy jar? Let me see your hands.
There's evidence.
Okay, let's get this over with.
Let's officially begin the show, and then we'll go to check-ins at 877-602-9696. Gina?
Yeah, it's brought to you by Step into $400 with University Credit Union in 3 steps to the nearest you today to see how you qualify.
Well, the moon is now on the wane, slowly going away. 99.3% of full today. The moon will set today at 8:41 a.m. Today being Thursday. It's the 21st day of Rocktober in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2021. And this is the Radio from Hell show starring the Lords of Morning Radio, Kerry Jackson, Bill Allred, and Gina Barberi. Katie for short is our producer in the studio in downtown Salt Lake. And we have Miriam and Cameron Diaz helping out in the producer's booth. And today is National, and this is appropriate, it's National Babbling Day.
Oh,
blah, blah, blah,
yeah,
blah.
This is very appropriate for our show. It's also Count Your Buttons Day.
I don't have any buttons on today.
Well, you got some around the house, don't you?
Well, All the buttons in the house I have to count?
You need to take stock. And also, it's International and National Nacho Day.
Ooh.
And it says here that the recipe of the day is something called booger on a stick.
That sounds terrible.
Boogers on a stick.
What is the ingredients list for?
So these are things you do for Halloween.
Oh.
I don't get why this is boogers on a stick.
Okay.
You melt cheese whiz in the microwave. You dip the end of a pretzel stick into the cheese whiz, pull it out and let it cool. Dip it in until it is a lumpy booger size.
What is a booger size?
You ever seen a booger?
You know.
You ever taste a booger?
No.
Tastes like cheese whiz. That's why kids like them.
Okay.
All right, that's it. Let's go to check-ins.
Let's start with Frank. Hello, Frank.
Frank,
Hi.
Hi.
what's up?
Nothing much. How are you guys?
Well, pretty good. Would you like to
Okay.
try boogers on a stick?
No, that sounds awful.
Yes, it does sound awful.
What have you for us, Frank?
I wanted to talk to you, Bill, specifically about you went to the car dealership to give away only 5 mugs, and I was there. So,
I recall.
yeah, I don't know. I
Yes,
guess I
you
wanted
with
to
you.
see. Yeah,
You were there with your
I wanted to see
sisters.
if you remembered.
Yes, I
Yes,
do.
it was.
You were there with your sisters, and I
Now,
remember.
I'm going to suggest something that we don't normally do.
Uh-oh. Wait.
Well, just
No, what's that?
because I don't like it when people call and ask for things because that's not nice. However, Frank made the effort to go see Bill at the car dealership.
So did a lot of people.
Well, but
And many people were disappointed, not only because there were no mugs, but because I was there.
but Frank has made another effort and called the show today. That's 2 efforts for Frank. And I mean, you guys can override me, but I think Frank deserves a mug.
Did Frank get a mug at the car dealership?
No. No, she and her sisters were SOL, as they say.
We actually lost a mug, if you'll remember. I went in to trade a mug with Bill, and then I was, like you said, I was SOL. But, I mean, I'm happy to share the wealth, right?
Yeah, I forgot you did bring I forget what that mug was because I think I gave it to our tech guy who was there. Fonzie. I gave it to Fonzie. Well, Gina, whatever you say, I think Frank and her sisters were very nice.
Well,
so
you'll have to share the mug with your sisters. Maybe like you can have it, 1 week, and then you pass it on, and it rotates around. Something like that. You guys can come up with
all right.
a system.
that'd
But
be good.
hang on the line, Katie. Will get your information from you.
All right. Hang on, Frank. We'll get you a mug. Let's go to Adam. Hello, Adam.
Morning.
Morning. Thanks for letting me listen.
Uh-huh.
It's Hay.
Hey.
That's it.
Adam?
So
I think
Oh, Adam.
I'm trying to think of something new for Gina to be more positive for her.
Oh, thank you, Adam. That's nice of you.
Ask her what her sign is.
So, Bill, this morning you were talking about making your own smash burgers.
Yeah.
Have you ever tried making an Oklahoma onion burger?
I have no idea what that is, so no.
What is it? Yeah.
So you caramelize some onions,
Okay.
and then you do your smash on the first side. So while the first side is cooking, you put the onions on top of the burger, and then you flip it and cook the other side on top of the onions.
So they kind of smash into the burger.
Yep. Go to YouTube. There's a channel called The Burger Scholar, and he's got a great episode on how to make them.
Okay.
They are divine.
I know you
I
like
love
the
them.
grilled onions, Bill. I know you're a fan of the grilled onions.
You know, there's another burger that I've been meaning to try, but it's kind of a lot of work. I like the name of it, though. It's called the Juicy Lucy.
I make those all the time, and my family that's all they request when I grill burgers.
The onion burgers?
No, they're Juicy Lucy's.
Oh, you
you
make
make-
those. Isn't it kind of hard to make them?
No, you just make a ball, stick some cheese in the center of it, and seal it up.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm going to try it sometime. The Juicy Lucy.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you, Adam.
Now I need a burger for breakfast. So.
Yes.
See you later.
All right. We'll talk to you later, Adam. Let's see. Now, coming up at 7 o'clock, it's Beat Gina. Now, the Beat Gina for today is Carrie Fisher trivia.
Oh.
Because it would be her birthday today. It would be.
It would.
Princess
No
Leia.
with us. Oh, but she's with Carrie. That's where she is. If you go to x96.com/live, Carrie's got Carrie looking over his shoulder.
Yes.
And that's slave Leia. That's sexy gold bra Leia.
We don't refer to her as slave Leia anymore.
Oh, what do you call her?
Jabba Killer Leia.
Oh, okay, that's better. I like that.
All right. But we do have that coming up at 7. And on the line, we have a Radio from Hell mug, the brand new edition of the Radio from Hell mug, the Roadside Diner edition. It's heavy. It's massive.
It's suitable for murder.
Yes. We got that coming up at 7 o'clock, so be ready to call in with Carrie Fisher trivia. Well, we have the questions. You have to. We'll explain how to play the game.
Yeah. Don't call in with trivia for us.
No.
Did you know?
We also have Big Boy News and Geek News coming up. Traffic, Gina, please.
There is a crash southbound I-15 at the Center Street exit in North Salt Lake. The ramp and right shoulder are being affected there. And a crash eastbound SR 201, 13th West in West Valley. That one should be about cleared up, though. It's been there for a bit. Those are the only two things that UDOT is letting us know about. You, however, are part of our traffic team. So thank you, whoever sent in traffic. 90 is south, westbound after State Street is bumper to bumper. Use 106 freeway, it says. Thank you for sending that in at 33986.
All right, we will take a break. We will be back. Big Boy News coming up after these. X96.
I was reading one of those woman magazines.
One of your women magazines?
Like your...
Ms., your Red Book?
No.
Ladies' Home Journal?
No, like Glamour or Allure or one of those.
Mary Claire?
And not tongue-in-cheek. Because a lot of times they have, helpful tips in there on how to, host a cocktail party. They had an article about tips on using weed at parties.
Using weed at parties.
Is it like etiquette? This is weed etiquette.
Yeah.
Like, is it proper etiquette to bring weed as a hostess gift?
Depends on whose party you're
on
going
Yeah,
to.
exactly. But I mean, this is an art. They wrote it just like, do you bring a bottle of wine to your hostess gift? If you bring weed, how do you go about? Do you smoke it inside? Do you go out on the porch? Do you offer some to other? If somebody else has brought it, what's the proper way to ask?
Are these articles written for people who have no common sense?
Yeah.
The point is that the point is exactly what the point that Drop's making is.
Is that back in the 50s, it was. Yeah, you'll go on a killing spree, and now it's don't smoke in the park.
Or don't smoke in the house, take it outside. And this is alongside pictures of women in black cocktail dress. They're not hippies with dreadlocks. It's your typical cocktail party,
which is ridiculous.
You don't think people in black evening gowns are smoking?
No, I resent the fact that the middle class and the upper class has co-opted marijuana. It should be just the hippies, the patchouli oil wearing, dreadlocked hippies, the tie-dye crowd.
it was just interesting that it was just presented in a.
Yeah, but the way you describe the article too, it's just I'm still fixated on the fact that it's apparently written for morons.
Well, that.
It's just like what?
But but the type of people that read those kind of magazines
are morons.
Maybe haven't encountered that before. I don't know.
Have not encountered common sense.
Well, the point is, the word I will take from you is common. It is now common. That's why it's appearing in magazines.
No, I see. I get that. That's an interesting part of it. But if it were about booze, it would also be for idiots.
Mm-hmm.
It's an article for an idiot. God,
they're not. Why does this make you? I just thought it was interesting. It wasn't the New Yorker. It's a dumb woman's magazine.
Yeah, I know. It's I
get makeup tips out of it. That's what I'm going to that magazine for, not an in-depth article on pot etiquette.
Okay, it's let's see, 6:37. Geek news coming up, but first, big boy news and opinioendo brought to you by
Moochie's would like to thank their loyal customers for supporting their locally owned and operated business. Moochie's has been voted Best of Utah for over 17 years. Dine-in, delivery, and pickup is available.
Why, that's what I had last night.
Did you now?
Moochie's. Thoughts and prayers. Thoughts and prayers going out for Hacksaw Jim Dugan.
Who?
Or is it Duggan? It's Duggan, I think.
Duggan.
Hacksaw Jim Duggan. What do you mean, who? He's hospitalized and he needs some emergency surgery, Gina.
But I don't know who it is.
Thoughts and prayers. His wife, Deborah Duggan, announced the troubling news on social media, writing, "Back where we don't want to be. Please pray for Jim and his doctors as he has emergency surgery. Thank you." Some of the biggest wrestlers in the world have shown their love for Hacksaw. Hulk Hogan, his longtime buddy, wrote, "Love you, my brother. Praying for only perfect health. Hulk Hogan." Duggan was one of the biggest wrestling stars of his era. Actually won the first ever Royal Rumble in 1988. He was inducted into the World Wrestling Entertainment Hall of Fame by the $1 Million Man himself,
Ted DiBiase.
Ted DiBiase in 2011. He's,
we glossed over it yesterday. We had a guest on the show yesterday talking about horror movies.
Mm-hmm. We didn't have time to talk about the other thing.
But Bill was reading like his bio, and then he was mentioning some things that he had worked on in the past. And one of the things he said was, "I used to write storylines for wrestling."
Mm-hmm.
I think it might be interesting to talk to him about that separate from.
And we will. We will.
Okay.
Jeff Daniels, he's in the most depressing show on television right now, or one of the most depressing shows, American Rust. But you remember back in the day, he was Dumb and Dumber. I don't remember if he was dumb or dumber. Did they ever really?
He was dumb.
He was dumb.
Yeah, he wasn't quite as dumb as Jim Carrey. He was the smart one of the.
Well, he reveals that that one scene that was improvised by Jim Carrey. The film, now he said it was pretty tightly scripted, really, but the director, Peter Farrelly, it was a great success when it was released in 1994. It had mostly positive reviews. It's, for some reason, it's the kind of movie I shouldn't like, but I really do like it. Now, while Jim Carrey is known for his talent as an improviser, Jeff Daniels reveals in an interview with GQ that he mostly stuck to the script, except one major exception. Daniels says it was the most annoying sound in the world moment, which remains one of the film's most memorable scenes. He says Carrey threw that into a take on a whim, and he did his best to follow along. He said, "I'm not really an improviser, but I just went with him." And he said it turned out great. Now in serious news, human remains have been found in a thickly wooded Florida park on Wednesday, confirming probably what I've been saying all along.
No,
Brian Laundrie is dead.
This is so weird.
These will be his remains.
His parents, through his attorney, said, "We'd like to come help with the search tomorrow morning." Okay. And like 10 minutes in, "Oh, what's this over here?" That's his bag with a notebook in it. I'm so suspicious of
The discovery came 7 weeks after the man, Brian Laundrie, returned home from a months-long van trip without his fiancée, Gabby Petito, and about 4 weeks after she was found dead in Wyoming. Michael F. McPherson, special agent in charge of the FBI's Tampa field office, said that authorities had found a notebook and a backpack belonging to Mr. Laundrie near what appeared to be human remains in this environmental park.
And human remains doesn't mean a whole body. Human remains means there's some material there that could be part of a person.
They will prove to be Brian Laundrie's remains. And you says this is so weird. It is weird that his parents' odd involvement in this. However, you must take into account, they say they found a backpack. It's not specifically a backpack, but it's what they call a dry bag. It's a waterproof, virtually waterproof bag that people take like on canoeing trips and boat trips. And this area that they went to has been underwater until just recently. These, as I have said all along, Sleuth Barberi, he's dead.
Until the medical examiner has a positive ID of these remains, I'm suspicious.
I am allowed to jump to conclusions just as much as you are. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration authorized booster doses of COVID-19 vaccines made by Moderna and Johnson & Johnson, and also said any of the 3 authorized vaccines could be used as a booster in a mix and match approach. But it left in place a complex formula for who should get boosters and when, with officials saying that they may simplify the framework as more safety data comes in. Now, vaccine advisors to the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention will consider the FDA's authorization and offer up their own advice. If CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky signs off, people could start getting Moderna and J boosters within the next few days. Utah has reported 1,410 new COVID-19 cases as of yesterday, and 11 deaths. Well, this came through yesterday while we were still on the air, and I didn't get a chance to mention it, but a jury in Florida will recommend whether the gunman in the Parkland school shooting should be sentenced to life in prison or death for the rampage that left 17 people dead at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. Nicholas Cruz, he pled guilty to those charges yesterday. Donald Trump has announced that he's launched a new media company, a new social media platform, 9 months after being kicked off Twitter for his role in inciting the January 6th Capitol insurrection. He said he's launching a new media company with its own social media platform. Trump says his goal in launching the Trump Media and Technology Group and its Truth Social app is to create a rival to the big tech companies that have shut him out and denied him the megaphone that was paramount to his national rise.
It's adorable, isn't it?
This will be another business that he will drive into the ground.
And once he figures out that, once the users, the Trump zombies, once they go there, sign up, and once they realize that they can't post everything that they want to say, then it's going to be a problem.
Surgeons in New York have successfully attached a kidney grown in a genetically altered pig to a human patient and found that the organ, this kidney, worked perfectly.
Wow.
Worked normally. This is a scientific breakthrough that one day may yield a vast new supply of organs for severely ill patients. By the way, this patient that received this kidney has also proved adept at finding truffles, which is interesting.
The pig man.
Yeah.
It's the pig man.
There's the thing about this story that I find kind of disturbing, though, really, to be serious about it. It says researchers have long sought to grow organs in pigs that are suitable for transplantation into humans, and not just kidneys, but other organs. And I'm thinking, so we're just going to raise pigs to serve as to sacrifice their lives to put
we already
kidneys
do that,
in humans?
Bill.
Well, I know, but it just they're talking about these whole groups of genetically altered pigs that are their only purpose is I don't know.
They've been doing pig valves for years and years and years.
I know. It's just this just kind of brings it on to a bigger scale, and it kind of makes me think I really should be a vegetarian, and
well, as a texter points out, you want orcs because that's how you get orcs.
Is that it? I didn't know.
I guess I don't know.
But apparently, this kidney it worked really well. And
this isn't a pig kidney. This is a human kidney, right?
No, it is a pig kidney.
It's a pigny. Okay.
It's a pig kidney, and it worked fine. And the patient. I didn't look into all of the details about how the patient was doing, other than he's become a fine truffle hunter.
Yeah.
But other than that, I don't. All right, that's. Is it time for Geek News, or we need more?
It can be sports, weather, traffic.
Yes. So we have the Utah Jazz, and we have Donovan Mitchell, who in a pregame interview revealed that so he wears glasses, and he doesn't wear contacts during games because he doesn't like it. It freaks him out to touch his eye. He's tried contacts and he just can't. And they've said, well, why don't you get some prescription goggles? And he's like, no, I'm good. But I wonder why he doesn't get the LASIK surgery. If it freaks you out to put contacts in your eyes. I mean, so far it doesn't seem to be affecting his playing, but at some point it might. So it didn't last night. It didn't affect his play at all. 107-86 over the Oklahoma City Thunder. They had a great first game of the season. Weather, so today will be actually really nice. Sunny,
67. Tomorrow, we could get up to 70 and sunny again. And then we've got a pattern of rain starting midday Saturday and going all the way into the first part of next week, where it starts to cool off again, and we could be back to seeing a rain-snow mix by Monday, Tuesday of next week. Traffic, we've got a crash southbound I-15 at 5600 South off-ramp in Roy. It's off to the right shoulder. And let's see, that earlier accident, this should be cleared up by now, but I'll mention it just in case it isn't. Southbound I-15, Center Street exit in North Salt Lake, ramp and right shoulder affected there. And friends of the program, you can always send us traffic or free mattresses, things in the road, animals, pigs running loose. You can text that into us, 33986, if you see something. Tim Daly Auto Group getting a new shipment daily of incredible vehicles, all backed by the Tim Daly Forever Warranty. Don't wait, think Tim Daly Forever Warranty.
All right, thank you. Call now, line up if you want to get ahead of the game. Beat Gina, 877-602-9696. Yeah, you'll be on hold for about 15 minutes, but you make sure you get into play to win that Radio from Hell coffee mug, the brand new ones, the Roadside Diner edition of the Radio from Hell coffee mug. And, yeah, all you have to do is beat Gina at Carrie Fisher Trivia. Coming up, 877-602-9696. Line up now if you like. Geek News brought to you by
The Nerd Store and Dr. Volts. Here's what's coming up. Lady Mechanical Volume 1. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, 80th anniversary of Aquaman. Always at The Nerd Store and Dr. Volts Comics.
All right. There's two philosophies in the geek community. One is I love to see a new trailer, for a movie or a TV show. And then there's the others who say, I don't want to see that because I don't want any spoilers.
Oh, yeah, because sometimes they do too much.
Mm-hmm. So Katie's in that.
Yeah.
But what I have found online, and you can look for this, again, if you'd like, is the new Ghostbusters Afterlife international trailer. When you do the international trailers, there's usually footage that is not in your regular trailer. Okay, so that's all I'm saying.
Has no fault lines, is shaking on a daily basis.
What is that?
So
maybe it's the apocalypse.
Oh my God.
This isn't a mine. It's a gateway.
So if you don't want any spoilers, I'd tune away now because I'm going to talk about it.
What do we do?
Now, one of the things that is interesting in this trailer is that we get a definite appearance of what are called the terror dogs. Now, if you remember from the first Ghostbusters movie, these are the dog-like creatures at the end of the movie that possess Sigourney Weaver and Rick Moranis.
Right.
Maybe I got a milk bone. You know that whole thing. Well, they're going to be appearing in this movie.
Okay.
And again, spoilers, if you're not interested, there's a scene of a terror dog chasing Paul Rudd through a Walmart. So
you leave Paul Rudd alone.
If you value your
dog.
Paul Rudd, if you fear for Paul Rudd, then don't watch that trailer. It will be in your theaters on November 18th or 19th, whatever that weekend is.
Is it going to just be theaters, or is it going to? Are they going to? Okay.
Just theaters, which is a problem for me. Like I said, I still haven't seen Venom. Let's see. Well, on my TV, though, I've got two shows coming on November 17th. Marvel's Hit Monkey. Yes, I've been talking about
evil people that totally deserve to die. Because it's your destiny.
It's a new trailer for Hit Monkey. This is the full-length trailer.
Oh, pleasure. Oh, that's a great question. When you love what you do. Such a hard one to answer, really.
So this is Jason Sudeikis as Bryce, and he is a hitman. He dies and is somehow psychically connected to a snow monkey. So
it's a snow monkey?
It's a snow monkey. So So the monkey and he are connected. He's a ghost. And so the monkey wants revenge against people who killed his friends, and so he becomes Hit Monkey, and it's on Hulu. It is a Marvel.
Perfect sense.
It's a Marvel comic. It's there.
All right.
November 17th on Hulu. All right, so there's that. Watch for that. And then, of course, there is. Now, I've stopped watching the Arrowverse DC shows on the WB. But I will watch this because they do their crossover. And this one is called Armageddon. So you got Flash.
My name is Barry Allen, and I'm about to do something impossible. I came a long way to find you, Flash. Now that I have, I'm going to end your existence.
Oh, he's such a bad guy. Despero is his name, and he's here to kill everybody on Earth.
I need your help.
But it's a crossover, so you're going to get Brandon Routh returning as the Atom. You're going to get Javicia Leslie as Batwoman. You got Cress Williams back as Black Lightning. Catherine McNamara as Mia Smoke in her Green Arrow togs. And Kyler Lay from Supergirl, the Sentinel. So it's the big crossover, and it starts on November 16th on your CW. So, like I said, I've stopped watching those shows, but I will watch the crossover because sometimes they're fun. We did get big news earlier this week that most of the Marvel/Disney stuff, movie-wise, is all being pushed back. Disney made a number of changes to the upcoming slates. They're pushing back the Black Panther sequel from July to November, the Doctor Strange sequel from March to May. This is all 2022. Mm-hmm. And the Thor Love and Thunder has been pushed back as well. Marvel's has been pushed back. Ant-Man and the Wasp. And it's all because of production delays, is what they're saying. It's just production delays. They're not, and really it gives them better release dates, frankly. But here's the thing. They also pushed back that Indiana Jones reboot. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Not just by a few months, but like a year.
Well, I don't think Harrison Ford will make it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Place your bets now, ladies and gentlemen. Will he be alive when this thing hits theaters? That's the question that you have to ask yourself. Place your bets. Place your bets. All right. There you go. Traffic, Gina, please.
Crash southbound I-15 at the 5600 South off-ramp in Roy. That's off to the right shoulder. Also crash westbound I-80 at milepost 116. This is Bangor Highway. And let me check our message stream. That's where you text us stuff. Let's see. Traffic alert, 3 tumbleweeds on I-50 northbound, just north of Thanksgiving Point, headed up to Point of the Mountain. See, these are the great alerts that we would not have if you didn't send them to us at 33986. Thank you for that.
Okay. Well, let's take a break. We will be back. It's Beat Gina. Line up now if you want to play. 877-602-9696 is the number to call. And, of course, if you beat Gina at Carrie Fisher Trivia, you're going to get that Radio from Hell coffee mug. Mm-hmm. But if she beats you, you got to come correct with something to give to her or something.
What I like is when you tell me about a local business you're going to
something that meets Gina's approval.
Yes. So 877-602-9696. UtahAdvocates.com is the website. Talk to a lawyer for free, right?
Yeah, yeah. Well, I was just going to say, Carrie, remember that right up front. Mm-hmm. This is legal services if you've been in an accident, and you don't have to pay anything to them unless they take your case and get you a settlement. The advocates work side by side with you, so you don't need to stress. From the initial phone call at 801-355-5550, clear through the process, no matter what it takes, how long it takes. You don't have to worry about paying any money until they get you that settlement.
Now, maybe right now you're like, well, I haven't been in an accident. Well, you might be sometime. Might be a good idea to put the advocate's phone number in your phone, because the sooner you contact them after you are in an accident, the faster they can get going on helping you.
801-355-5550, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Same thing with their website. You can chat online, UtahAdvocates.com. You want a list?
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
You know, I don't really screen these very well.
Uh-oh. You've got into it and have changed your mind.
No, I don't know. I haven't really looked at it that closely. I'm just warning you.
This could be bad.
It says, here are 16 celebrities who were discovered in wild, unusual ways.
Wow. Man, that's
Now,
wild.
let's see how wild this really is.
This is wild.
First one they mention is Vin Diesel. When he was 7 years old, a play director caught him and his friends breaking into a theater. Instead of getting him into trouble, she cast them in the upcoming play. And Vin Diesel went on to become a really bad actor.
Vin Diesel.
That's a good story.
Is it? I guess it. Okay. Number 2, music manager Scooter Braun.
Ooh, he's a jerk.
Is he?
Yes.
Yeah.
He was searching for a different artist on YouTube when he accidentally clicked on one of Justin Bieber's videos instead. And thereby discovered Justin Bieber.
And there you go.
That's not that wild.
Wow.
Tracy Chapman. Does anybody know who Tracy Chapman is?
Fast car?
You got a fast car.
When Tracy Chapman was a student at Tufts University, her classmate, Brian Koppelman, stole one of her demos and sent it to his father, who was a music executive.
Okay.
That's pretty interesting.
Yeah.
All right.
Giselle Bundchen. Is that Tom Brady's
Yep.
wife? Signed up for a modeling course to get a free trip to Sao Paulo. So if you sign up and pay the money for the modeling course, we'll give you a trip to Sao Paulo. While she was on the trip, a modeling agent scouted her out at a McDonald's.
Having a Big Mac while driving a car? Is that what she was doing?
I don't know if she's driving, but she was there having some food. Rosario Dawson. Haven't you wondered how Rosario Dawson was ever
Because the
discovered?
Giselle one is, she was a model. She's pretty.
Yeah.
She was discovered because she's pretty.
Yeah.
Okay, Rosario Dawson.
When a commercial was shooting outside of her apartment, 15-year-old Rosario Dawson sat on the front porch until a director and a screenwriter saw her sitting there and said, hey, you want to be in a movie?
Oh.
And she said,
okay.
Yeah. These are not that wild. Oh, Anna Taylor-Joy.
Okay.
The Queen's Gambit.
She was playing chess in the park. No?
She was scouted as a model on the street while she was walking her dog. Somebody said, you have an unusual but very attractive look. And I think you could agree. She is very attractive, but in an unusual way. And they just spotted her on the street. Pamela Anderson was at a BC Lions football game, British Columbia, a Canadian football game. A camera operator pointed the camera at her, just as they do with people in the stands, and broadcast her image onto the jumbotron. And
who's that?
And everybody went, wow. And she became a local celebrity and then got to work with Tim Allen.
She was a St. Pauli girl as well.
Oh, was she?
At one time, yeah. One of those people that promote beer.
Mandy Moore. No, that's not an interesting one at all. and who cares about Mandy Moore? Nick Jonas's mom took him to the hair salon where somebody overheard him singing at the hair salon.
Why is he singing at the hair salon?
Just to entertain the
We couldn't afford to pay for my haircut, so
Sing for your haircut.
sang for it.
Jason Statham was selling fake jewelry on the streets of London.
Really?
Yeah, and somebody, a modeling agent or somebody, saw him and said, you have a unique look. I know a guy named Guy Ritchie. He might want to put you in his movie. And the first role he played was somebody selling jewelry on the black market.
You see this watch? Casio.
Marilyn Monroe, working as an aircraft factory. She was working in an aircraft factory when a touring Army photographer took her picture and then went, hubba, hubba. That was his exact words.
He said hubba, hubba?
It was back when they said hubba, hubba.
Oh.
Hubba, hubba. I'm going to try and bring that
No,
back.
don't.
Hubba, hubba, back.
I wish you wouldn't.
Hubba, hubba.
So she started working as a model right away. These are really marginally interesting.
Yeah, I'd say, yeah.
We hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
Sorry, I got the music right here.
Thing.
It's here we go.
have to
All right, sorry.
do the.
And now, let's all prepare. Let's all get our houses in order. Let's all gird what loins we have left to gird and play the most dangerous game on the radio today. Yes, it's Beat Gina. It's a game specially designed to showcase the searing intellectual mind that is Gina Barberi. And now, won't you join with me and welcome the host with the most and a gleam in his eye? He's the one true game show host. So please, let us all take a knee as he arrives on the game show set. Today, wearing an outfit completely made of rubber from Randy's Rubber Clothing Emporium. When you buy once from Randy's, you'll bounce back for more. It's Carrie Jackson.
And it's that silent rubber, too. Usually you get the squeak.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Oh, it's the
When you
good
move.
kind then. It's,
See that? I'm moving.
Nobody knows rubber like Randy.
That's right. Thank you, Randy. All right. So we tossed a coin off the air to determine who was going to play the game, and it came up. Garbage Gus is our contestant.
Hey, Gus.
Hey, Gus.
Hello.
All right, Gus. Now, if you beat Gina at Carrie Fisher Trivia, you're going to win that Roadside Diner edition of the Radio from Hell coffee mug. It's big, it's heavy, it could kill you.
It's murderous.
It's
suitable for murder.
Murderously heavy. That's on the. You're going to win that if you beat her, but if she beats you, what are you prepared to do?
Well, I was going to go to Farmer's Ice Cream with me and Senator Mike Lee right after we do baptisms for the dead.
What?
Really?
Okay. He's
I
going
just
to
heard Far's ice cream.
Far's Ice Cream. That's
Yeah.
it.
Farmer's Ice Cream, yeah.
There you go.
All right, then we'll toss a coin right now to determine who goes first. It does give you an advantage of the game. Gus, heads or tails?
Let's do heads.
All right, let's see what the coin toss app says. Coin toss app says tails. Gina Barberi goes first. Okay, so she has the advantage in the game. All right, so I'm gonna ask this question to Gina exclusively first. It's her right to answer it correctly or not. If she gets it incorrectly, then Gus, you get a chance to answer the question and steal the point away, and we'll go back and forth until one of you have three. All right, so
Okay.
here we go. This is Carrie Fisher Trivia because it would have been her birthday today.
Aw.
All right. Gina?
Yeah.
Standing at only 5'1" what did Carrie Fisher have to stand on in order to be eye level with Harrison Ford while filming Star Wars?
Okay.
Was it A, Mark Hamill's chest, because he'd do anything for her. Was it B, she had limb lengthening surgery, cutting the bone in a key area, applying metal pins and screws to the bones, attaching external metal devices to the pins?
Ooh.
C, a box. D, a container of Grow Taller calcium powder that she got from Joe Rogan's website.
Well, as much as I think she would go all the way to surgery to commit to the part, I think all she had to do was stand on a box.
A box is correct. All right.
All right, then. That's 1-0. 1-0 for Gina. Now Gus controls the question.
Gus, besides being an actress, what was Carrie Fisher's other claim to fame? Was it A, she was an author, B, she could eat 50 eggs in 1 hour? If you don't believe her, place your bets. Shut up and give your money to Coco. Was it C, she was an undefeated Twister champion? Or D, she taught Michael Jackson how to moonwalk?
I believe it is A.
She was an author.
It's now tied up. Gus has managed to answer that tough question. And now we'll move on to Gina to see if she can go ahead with another tough question.
Okay.
Gina, when Carrie Fisher was in high school, she also starred in a Broadway musical. What was the Broadway musical? Was it A, Irene, B, The Rural Juror, C, Hamlet 2, or D, Rochelle, the musical?
I didn't know, Carrie, until I heard the other possibilities. I'm going to guess it was Irene.
Irene is the correct answer.
Okay.
It's 2-1 in a gripping game. Gus, now it's your turn.
All right. Gus, on the set of The Blues Brothers, what did Dan Aykroyd surprise Carrie Fisher with? Was it A, he better that he could eat 51 eggs in 1 hour and beat her record? Was it B, a proposal to get married? C, an iPod? Or D, dinner of 4 whole fried chickens and a Coke and some dry white toast?
I believe B.
A proposal to get married is
well.
I
The
didn't
game
know
is
that.
tied.
Mm-hmm.
You could have figured it out though,
Well, I
right?
could have, but I'd never heard that before. So I'm learning things about Carrie Fisher. This is why this is a very helpful segment we do.
It's 2-2, and Gina controls the question and thereby wins the game. Oh no, we have to do the question first. I'm sorry.
Oh, all right. Gina.
Yeah.
What was the name of Carrie Fisher's one-woman play? Was it A, Wishful Drinking? Was it B, Jabba's Girl? Was it C, Live, Laugh, Love? Or was it D, come on, she never did a one-woman play. Who'd want to watch a woman alone on stage for an hour? Unless she was eating 50 eggs, then that would be cool.
Well, I read the book and went and saw her when she came to Salt Lake for Wishful Drinking.
Wishful Drinking is
And
correct.
exciting moment. Gina wins the game. Unfortunately, Garbage Gus will not be receiving a coffee mug.
Oh, sorry,
Now,
Gus.
now.
bad.
But I don't usually do this, Garbage Gus, but
Oh, my.
but I think maybe you could probably have Far's ice cream. Put some ice cream in the Radio from Hell diner style coffee mug. That might be a good.
This is unprecedented.
I just
This is
don't.
unprecedented.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Gina.
Hang on the line, and
Well,
Katie will get your information.
Make sure that you have licorice ice cream when you go to Far's Ice Cream.
I didn't know they
Ooh,
had that.
That sounds
Oh,
good. I'm more of
they
a
do.
peanut butter and chocolate kind of guy.
Oh, yes.
All right.
Is it
All right,
black
Gus,
licorice
thank
or
you.
red licorice? What is it?
Black
licorice? Ooh,
Yes, when
that's
I was a kid, we'd always get the black licorice ice cream at Far's.
All right. Well, thank you,
try
Johnny.
that.
And thank you, Gus. We'll put you on hold and get your information. You can figure all that out. Okay.
Most people don't know that Johnny G, that's me, grew up in Ogden, Utah. But now I have to go. So long.
Bye, Johnny. Thank you.
Traffic, Gina, please.
A crash westbound I-80 at milepost 116. That's Bangor Highway on the right shoulder. And that's about it. Things are looking really good. We don't have weather issues affecting your drive this morning, so you should have a smooth commute unless you screw it up. Don't be the one that screws up this smooth commute. Drive safely out there, won't you please? Scott Hale is offering a $49 furnace tune-up for appointments scheduled by October 31st. Call 801-264-HALE.
All right.
We've got your boners coming up now, and round one candidates will be presented thusly. Number one, surely there was another way to handle this. Boner candidate number two, most Utah voters do not agree with you. And boner candidate number three, and more fun at the Waffle House.
Boners round one, big boy news, all coming up after these. BigOTires.com.
Yep.
They've got a new location in Pleasant Grove, so I think that's 43 locations now they've got. A big
It's a beautiful new store, but I'm not going there.
Well, that's not your neighborhood
because
one.
I can just go right down to Second East and South Temple and deal with the Big O Tire store there. And I've been going there for years. I really like them. If you need tires or other services for your car, I mean, winterization items like wipers and belts and hoses. They do oil changes at Big O Tires, alignments, brakes, all of that at Big O Tires. Find the one near you.
And you might be noticing, especially with the storms we've had, that, maybe I should think about getting some different tires for the wet weather. Big O can help you understand why a different tire made out of a different material might be better for you.
Save up to $150 right now on Big O brand tires with your Big O credit card. Go to BigOTires.com for more.
It's often said that people of Utah speak a language all their own. It's a language that's often confusing and even incomprehensible to newcomers here in the Beehive State. So, Radio from Hell presents a handy guide to help everyone understand how the natives speak. It's the Utah word of the day, and today's word is...
moan. M-O-A-N, moan. How is this Utah word used? Well, let's find out by looking into our two Utah simples as they converse, one with the other. Listen carefully for the word of the day, moan.
Say there, LeGrand. I gotta say, I am impressed with you.
What? I don't know whatever you mean, LeVar. I don't think you've ever paid me one compliment in our lives. I mean, I thought you was pretty sure that you had me figured out and that there was nothing I could do, or would do for that matter, that would ever impress you. I was resigned to the cold, hard fact that I was, in your eyes, unimpressive. That I, again in your eyes, was incapable of having a moment that I could be proud of, because I knew that you was proud to have me as a friend. I mean, I never felt that you felt that I was worth, once more in your eyes, of true and honest friendship.
Well, for hell's sakes, I had no idea you was carrying around this heavy satchel of resentfulness toward me, LeGrand. I mean, you ain't the sharpest spoon in the drawer, but you're okay. I've always thought of you as a friend in that you are the kind of person that when he needs a shovel or a rake or a lawnmower or other tools and household fixer-up items, the kind of friend that don't hesitate to borrow and then never return them items to me. You're that kind of friend.
Well...
And hence the reason I said I'm impressed with you.
What?
You have stopped your borrowing ways. You don't ask me for stuff anymore.
Well, that's right. And you know why? I went to the Ace the other day, and I bought all kinds of stuff. And now I don't need to borrow your tools. I got my own. I said to myself, LeGrand, stop your borrowing ways. And so I spent a bunch of money and got Gordon tools and household tools and the like. I got my own now.
Well, I guess you could say you've grown.
Yep, got my own, except for a lawnmower. They're expensive. Can I borrow your lawnmower?
Join us again some other time as we examine how the Utah natives speak with the Utah Word of the Day.
Okay, let's see. It's 7:21. Let's get this going. It's round one of your boners. Presenting to you now 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight, possibly becoming Boner of the Day. Winning here does not make it Boner of the Day. It secures it a spot in Boner Dome, where it waits patiently for the winner of round 2. 8:20, we do this again with 3 more candidates. Get another winner there. Then we send that candidate forward, where it also waits for Boner Fight to happen at 9:20. That's when you'll decide Boner of the Day, 9:20 this morning. So right now, send one of these 3 from this round 1 forward. 2 candidates now, presenting a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote, and one of you lucky random Boner voters will receive
Ballet West Dracula tickets with gothic horror and flying vampires. Dracula takes Halloween to new heights. Radio from Hell has your tickets to Ballet West Dracula performance Friday, October 22nd.
Boner candidate number 1, surely there was a better way to handle this. A California school district sparked a huge backlash after it sent an email to parents earlier this week telling them that their children would be forced to eat lunch outside in the rain due to coronavirus restrictions. The email from Potwin Elementary School notified parents that students are required to eat outside and instructed families to send kids to school with rain gear and warm jackets. Parents quickly took to social media to ridicule the instructions from the Davis Joint Unified School District, while education campaigners and state officials slammed the decision as cruel and inhumane. The inhumane treatment of children in California continues From masking all day, even outdoors, to having to sit on hot cement and now eating lunch in the rain. Reopen California schools, founder Jonathan Zackerson told Fox News. You see, this is unfortunate because when a school does something like this immediately gets the anti-vaxxers.
Yeah,
It gives them ammunition.
They're like, see, this is crazy. Yeah.
The school ultimately decided to U-turn on its instruction amid a torrent of criticism, later sending another email saying, you know what we'll do? We'll stagger lunchtime routines to ensure. So you should have done that in the first place.
Yeah. Who thought it was a good idea to have them dress warmly and sit outside?
They said that's what we have to do, so we're going to... No.
Probably
it almost makes me feel like these are anti-masker schools that are trying to get a rise out of people. So
yeah, it could be. Or it was the coach / science teacher / driver's ed teacher who said, you know what we ought to do? Just let them eat outside.
Yeah. Boner candidate number one, surely there was another way to handle this. This is boner candidate number two. You know, most Utah voters do not, in fact, agree with you. A crowd of about 200 people. Now, Steve Christiansen, Representative Christiansen, said there's going to be a massive rally over this. That's what he told Steve Bannon. A crowd of about 200 people rallied on Utah's Capitol Hill and packed an overflowing committee hearing on Wednesday to support a Republican lawmaker, Mr. Christiansen, who's calling for an Arizona-type election audit in the state. Even though President Donald Trump handily won in 2020, that doesn't deter Representative Steve Christiansen from West Jordan, who told the cheering crowd he's seeking a widespread forensic audit in Utah because the issue of election integrity goes much, much deeper than Donald Trump. No. It goes all the way to the Constitution of the United States of America for me, he said. Governor Spencer Cox and Lieutenant Governor Deidre Henderson, both Republicans, were left frustrated by the misinformation that was presented at the hearing, according to a joint statement issued by the governor's office. And what's among that misinformation is Christiansen continuing to insist that most Utah voters agree with him that there is election fraud and they don't want mail-in voting and that they...
That's not true at all.
He has no evidence of that.
No, as a matter of fact, there's evidence to the contrary.
Yeah.
Surveys taken, 82% of respondents say, hey, we really like the way voting goes in Utah. We think it's fair and honest, and we like mail-in voting, which we've been doing for 10 years.
Yes.
So he's a lie. He's either a fool or a liar or both.
He's both and a star hugger. He's doing this to get attention in the GQP. He gets on Steve Bannon's podcast, so he gets that. He doesn't want to, it's all about perpetuating this lie and sowing mistrust in the system.
He was on Bannon's podcast on the very day that Bannon was subpoenaed to go testify.
Yeah.
Boner candidate number two, most Utah voters do not agree with you. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number three, and more fun at the Waffle House.
Boner candidate number three for round one, coming up after this. Big boy news and opinioendo brought to you by
Robber's Roost Campsite Cordial Rock and Bourbon. Enjoy this rich, warming, spiced whiskey spirit straight from the bottle or pour it in a tin cup and sip it by a fire. On shelves now at select DABC stores, produced by Water Pocket Distillery.
You know, interestingly enough, I'm going down to the Water Pocket Fold area today for the weekend, and and going to the Robber's Roost area, and I think I'm going to take a bottle of that with me and see,
I think you should,
see if it tastes better down there.
Sip it by a fire.
Yeah.
Indeed.
The tragedy, one of a kind, an original, 90 years old, Leslie Bracus has died. He was. Now you're thinking, who is that? What kind of fool am I? Never fell in love. He wrote that song among many, many others. He wrote the hit show with Anthony Newley, "Stop the World, I Want to Get Off," and that song was from that show. And then later, they wrote together another musical that was pretty successful called "The Roar of the Grease Paint, the Smell of the Crowd." And he was 90 years old. He also wrote great song, Who Can I Turn To, that Tony Bennett had a hit with, and wrote hundreds and hundreds of songs, and had a great life. He's British, 90 years old. Leslie Bricusse has died. Let's see now. Oh, and just to let you know, another celebrity who died some time ago, but there's been some question about the cause of her death. Tawny Katane, heart disease. They just, people were saying, well, she was a drug overdose. Was it this or was it that?
But you know what causes heart disease?
Well, genetic factors can cause it. Her father died of
drug use.
Her father died of heart disease. Well, it probably didn't help.
I think it's the drugs.
Thank you, forensic specialist Gina Barberi. Let's see now. The White House is releasing plans for a rollout of vaccinating kids ages 5 to 11. The Biden administration says that they are going to, they will distribute vaccines to children ages 5 to 11 upon approval for emergency use, which they believe is coming any day now.
This is so great because the timing of this means, like by the time Christmas rolls around, you could have your little ones totally vaccinated and better able to get together with
Yeah, you can vaccinate them and then they won't make it to Christmas. And here in Utah, Republican lawmakers, so the Biden administration rolling out this plan for vaccinations for kids. Here in Utah, House Republicans in a closed-door caucus raised the notion of expanding exemptions to vaccine mandates beyond religious and medical exemptions. But by the way, there is no religious exemption. I don't know why.
There's no major religion that has said they will sign those papers.
There are some medical exemptions to the vaccine, but the Republican lawmakers want to include personal exemptions.
No, because that could be anything.
It was not a formal position, and it might not happen, but the idea won discussion among Republican lawmakers, some of whom have been inundated by emails with many people opposing vaccine mandates. For instance, Phil Lyman, he's for this.
He's crazy, though.
Yeah. Senator Mike Lee,
we're just booing everybody.
Yes.
Is blocking a Biden nominee who will oversee the January 6th prosecutions of the insurrectionists. Now, why would Mike Lee be doing this? He's
why is he allowed to? Is a bigger question.
Kerry, he's a powerful United States senator.
Also a suspect.
Multiple reports say Utah Senator Mike Lee has put a hold on the nomination of Matthew Graves to become the U.S. Attorney in Washington, D.C. If confirmed, Mr. Graves' office would oversee the prosecution of those charged in the attempted insurrection on January 6th. That office would also handle any legal action against Steve Bannon, who the House committee investigating the attack voted to hold in contempt for ignoring their subpoena. Lee's office has not responded to a request for comment. However, Wisconsin Senator Ron Johnson may give a clue into Lee's motives. Johnson's office tells Insider and Brian Schott he's holding up the nomination until the Biden administration responds to a letter asking whether those arrested in the January 6th riot are treated more harshly than people arrested during the Black Lives Matter protest last summer.
Apples and oranges?
Yes.
What does one have to do with the other?
This is a continual argument on the right, though. They keep saying you guys didn't treat the Black Lives Matter they weren't trying to overthrow the government. They were busting up a Starbucks, okay? They weren't trying to stop the peaceful transfer of power. There's a big difference.
Donald Trump, by the way, we mentioned this last hour, says he's launching a new social media service called Truth Social through a newly formed company called Trump Media and Technology Corp. Truth Social will have a nationwide rollout in the first quarter of 2022, a beta launch next month. According to the announcement, the company also intends a subscription video on demand service that will feature non-woke entertainment.
So
there have been
Travis
Kid
Tritt.
Rock and
Travis Tritt will be there.
by the way, so Donald Trump says I'm launching this to counter Twitter. Twitter is full of fake news and lies. We need a place where we can go for free speech. And on my platform, we will have that, except you are not allowed to criticize the platform itself.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
That's part of what they've said.
Freedom.
You know what? It's a handy place for people to go that just want racist, sexist entertainment. It'll all be there for you.
And another fun fact about this thing is the CEO of the SPAC that is funding Trump Media Technology Group is a guy named Patrick Francis Orlando, whose contact info is a Gmail address and an address in Wuhan, China.
So he's not a real person?
So what happens when you combine Ready Whip, the canned whipped cream, and Swiss Miss?
Deliciousness. That's what happens there.
You get a whipped cream worthy of a spot on your holiday dessert table. The two brands from Conagra Brands have come together to create hot cocoa flavored whipped topping. You won't even need anything to put it on. You just put it right to your mouth.
Yeah.
And we've all done that, haven't we?
Mm-hmm.
All right, that's it.
All right. Weather, traffic?
Yeah. So today should be pretty nice day. Sunny, 67. Tomorrow even warmer. We'll probably get up to about 70 tomorrow. That's probably going to be your best day for doing things outside, at least for the next several days. Saturday afternoon, rain will start, and it'll be off and on. Looks like I'm looking all the way through to Tuesday, and even early part of next week, we could see some rain mixed with snow. So you want to be outside, tomorrow is your day, and today too. Well, both those are good days to be doing that. Let's see, traffic. We have, it looks really good on at least between Ogden and Provo, where I'm looking. Might be issues further out from those places, but I have no accidents to tell you about there, and you don't have any to tell me about via text. I'll take that as a sign that things are really good out there. If you see something that changes, though, please let us know. Text us 33986. Flying Vampires, yes, Dracula the Ballet arrives October 22nd. Tickets at balletwest.org.
Here's boner candidate number 3. And more fun at the Waffle House. Madison County, Florida. A Florida man has been arrested after an incident at the Waffle House in which he said he was high and drunk and said as much. And then he put his finger in the shape of a gun,
Okay.
and then stole a whole bunch of napkins. He made his getaway in a car. They called 911 from the Waffle House and said,
those are very absorbent napkins, Bill. They're expensive.
No one was injured, but he made away with a lot of napkins. He got away with a lot of napkins. The man was wearing a gray hoodie, dark jeans, a dark hat. Plus, he had a small dog with him. He started shouting, "Get on the ground! You're all getting robbed!" And they did. Yeah, with his finger gun. And then he stole some napkins.
See this finger gun? Watch this. Double barrel. Oh, yeah.
That thing's loaded, too, isn't it?
You betcha it is.
Boner candidate number 3. And more fun at the Waffle House.
All right, let's review the first 2 and votes.
Boner candidate number 1 was, surely there was a better way to handle this, another way to handle it. California school districts said kids would be forced to eat lunch in the rain. Have to go outside and eat lunch in the rain because of coronavirus restrictions. Well, there was a lot of outcry, and they said, well, I guess we could stagger the lunch hour so there's not so many kids in the lunchroom. And yeah,
that should have been done to begin with.
Boner candidate number 2. Most Utah voters do not agree with you. Steve Christiansen, West Jordan, lawmaker, who says most Utahns think we ought to be looking into the election here in Utah. No, they don't. They don't think that. And boner candidate number 3, and more fun at the Waffle House.
Here we go. This is round 1 of your boner voting. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight, possibly becoming boner of the day. If it wins here, it's not boner of the day. It secures a spot in Boner Dome. Because round 2 comes up at 8:20. We do this again with 3 more candidates, get another winner there. Then we take both of the winners, one from each round, put them against each other. Boner fight happens at 9:20 this morning. That's when you'll decide boner of the day. So send one of these 3 forward. This is round 1. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Or you can call the producer's booth at 877-602-9696. Use your voice. Or go online, x96.com, and look for the boner of the day voting for October 21, 2021, and vote there. You have until the end of these messages. Let's go. It's round 1.
Brother Philip likes Propel water.
It's Jesus' preferred water.
On the right hand of God. America, on the right hand of God.
Excuse us. Are you Brother Philip?
Yeah.
Hi, can we talk to you for a second? Sure. Yeah, we do a radio show in Salt Lake City. And we're just talking to your disciples over there. Is that what we should call them? Your disciples? Brothers?
Jesus' disciples, really.
Oh, your associates. And we were going to chat with them for a second, and they said, well, you should go talk to Brother Philip. He's
the man.
Doing the preacher. The preacher. Now, so you do this every day here in Maui?
Yeah, I try to fulfill this.
And you have signs over there that say, sign of the times. What does that mean, Brother Philip?
It's right. I have to share it.
Pardon me?
St. Matthew.
All right, now Brother Philip's going to get out
Pulling out the Bible. It's a well-worn Bible. Looks like he's had it for a while.
How long have you had that Bible, Brother Philip?
I'm not sure, really.
And it's Matthew we're looking at.
Yeah.
Are you from Maui?
Yes.
Yep.
I'm from heaven, too.
From heaven? Well, I guess
Thank you.
I guess we're all from heaven.
Praise the Lord. The Holy Bible, heaven.
Uh-huh.
And in the morning, it shall be foul weather today. For the sky is red and lowering. O ye hypocrites, ye can discern the face of the sky, but can ye not discern the signs of the times?
High of 73.
I cannot discern the signs of the times.
Although it was a great album by Prince,
That's
I know
the
that.
reason why we look in the Bible, because of things that God has spoken is coming to pass today.
Now, Brother Philip, we have a woman here. She is the reason we came to Maui is to do it. We do a radio show together, and but she's actually come here to get married.
Right on.
She'll be married on Monday. Monday. And do you have any advice?
God wills.
Pardon?
If God wills.
If God wills.
That means I might not get married if God doesn't will it.
I've maintained that all along, but if God wills, you will get married on Monday. But do you have any advice for somebody getting married?
Well,
Back to the book.
I got back in the book again.
Yep.
19 now. Was it
All the
19?
answers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah?
Look at that. He knows right where to go in this book.
Yeah.
It's like he's read it before.
Not so. Right. And said, for this cause shall a man leave father and mother, and shall cleave to his wife, and the twain shall be one flesh.
Okay.
You're still looking for somebody to perform the ceremony, aren't you? do you do weddings, Brother Philip?
No, I have a friend who does that.
All right.
Yeah.
Hey, thank you so much for talking with us.
I love you. Thank you so much for
Yep, and thank you.
God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Brother Philip, ladies and gentlemen, spreading the word on the streets of Maui on front. Okay, it's 7:45. Let's award round one of your boners.
And that's brought to you in part by a chicken sandwich.
Okay, and Botanical at Redview Garden this October, going on until October 31st. An outdoor family-friendly experience to celebrate Halloween. Enjoy safe activities, live music, storytellers, puppeteers, and more. Online pre-registration is required at redviewgarden.org.
Boner candidate number one. Surely there was another way to handle this. The California School District said kids were forced to eat lunch in the rain because of those gall darn COVID-19 restrictions. Well, probably not. There was another way to do it, and they did. Boner candidate number two, most Utah voters do not agree with you. Steve Christiansen, a state representative from West Jordan, he's calling for an audit of the 2020 election here in Utah, and he's saying we got to stop mail-in voting. Most Utah voters agree that we need to get rid of mail-in voting. We need to get rid of voting machines. That's another one.
Voting machines, even.
Yeah,
Wow.
that's on the
Does
list.
he want you just to go whisper your vote into an
No.
election worker's ear?
They're going to give you a. They're going to give you a piece of charcoal and a wooden tablet. No, it's not true. Most Utah voters don't agree with that.
No.
And voter candidate number three, and more fun at the Waffle House. I can't believe 11 people voted for that one, but they did.
Well, it's a classic. It's a classic.
The big winner was boner candidate number two. Most Utah voters do not agree with you.
All right. That's your boner winner for round one. It goes forward to boner fight. It might be boner of the day. Round two coming up at 8:20 with three more candidates. We'll get another singular winner there. We'll take both winners, put them against each other. Boner fight happens at 9:20. That's when you'll decide boner of the day with your vote.
I've got about only 15 minutes here.
For what?
To make sure that I have everything that needs to come out of me does.
What?
And goes into the sewer system.
Well, are you having another test of some kind?
No.
Yeah, what's going on?
I received this notice on my door yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Salt Lake City Department of Public Utilities has contracted. We are rehabilitating the existing sanitary system in your neighborhood. That means the sewers.
Yeah.
We will begin installing cured in place pipe into the existing sanitary sewer main. The process will temporarily block flow from your private sewer service and may take up to 8 hours to complete. You will be notified in person by notification on your front door, right here.
Right there.
What it says is you can't use any of the water or toilets or anything in your house today from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Well, what are you going to do, Bill?
It says during the time, do not run any water into the sewer or into a drain. This includes sinks, showers, laundry, dishwashers, toilets. If you choose to use your sanitary sewer service during the time outlined above, you may experience flooding of your residence. If you experience flooding, please contact us immediately in order to prevent sewer gas odors from entering your home or business. We recommend you pour 1 quart of water into all of your floor drains or unused shower or bath drains. This should be done any time before the date listed above. If you notice a strong odor, it most likely means that your floor drain and shower drain or whatever is empty, allowing sewer gas into your home. To prevent this, add 1 quart of water into these drains. This is going to be disastrous.
Because people won't follow it.
Yeah.
I mean,
you can use your toilet, just don't flush it all day, I guess.
Correct.
Is what you can
Correct.
do.
That's correct. But there are going to be people
They will not read that paper, and
or even if they do, flushing the toilet is sort of an automatic thing. You use the toilet and you automatically go, boom. Somebody will do that. People will do that.
Go around and you'll have to tape them all, get some duct tape.
I woke up this morning and my wife has put blue kind of caution tape over all of that stuff.
Don't.
That's a good idea.
So if you have serious business to do, Bill, I would do that.
I just did a second ago.
Oh, okay, good.
I was going to say, is there some place that y'all can go today?
Well, maybe. Now, I'm going out of town, probably at about noon.
Oh, well, that's good.
Well, yeah, but that means that my son will be here. He'll be sort of manning the house, as it were. I'm a little worried about that.
Yeah.
But this is going to be disastrous for somebody.
So,
I hope not here, but
there will be people that don't follow it for sure.
I guess there's no other way to do it. Caution should be used. And the sewer gas, I mean, not just what does it stink, I think it's dangerously flammable.
I'm sure it is. Or toxic, at least.
Yeah.
Poo gas.
Oh, God. I just don't... well, I guess I'm glad I'm leaving town, but I worry about what's going to happen.
Are you headed out right after the show?
Probably about noon, I think. I still have to get some stuff together to do it, but...
Yeah, I mean, just imagine, what if you're somebody like me, who if this was taped to my door, I wouldn't see that.
How often do you open your door? And
I do
see it.
But the door opens this way there, and my mailbox is on the right.
Oh.
So I don't see the front of my door that often because I don't leave the house anymore. You know.
Yeah. That's. I mean, fortunately, it was. I have a glass window in my front door, so.
I don't have that.
So I just saw it hanging on the glass.
Carrie, you better go check. Maybe they're doing it in your neighborhood too.
I wish they would.
So wish my house luck. I don't.
Yeah, because now you'll have to leave specific instructions for your son. If he does forget, and you do have a flood, make sure he knows who to call.
Is he good at instructions?
Yeah, pretty good if he listens.
Well, is he good at listening then?
Yeah, if it says if there is flooding, contact us immediately. But I don't know. I guess they come to your house and help you out, but weird. I don't want to. I don't care for this.
You're going to be worried until 5 o'clock tonight that something's going to happen.
Yeah.
You won't be able to relax until 5 o'clock tonight.
Yeah.
Well, and even after that, really.
Oh.
Because there's still a chance something could go wrong,
Yep. It's
yes, Carlin Tallbrother texting me. Yes.
It's Poop Chat on X96 Radio from Hell.
Yes, thank you, Carlin.
I think I got the last of it out of me just a few minutes ago.
Oh, jeez.
I hope.
Now, I guess you can't use your neighbors either, right?
No.
Because it's the whole block or whatever it is. The whole street.
I was just thinking, though, my mother, I could go up to my mother-in-law's probably.
Yeah. Or you could go down to the office. You could go down to the studio.
Yeah, that's true. There's hardly anybody there.
Mm-hmm. You'd have the bathroom all to yourself there.
Yeah.
You get some good reading done.
Get some serious work done in there.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, anyway.
You'll be fine. All right. Traffic, Gina, please.
Crash eastbound I-80 at 22nd East in Sugar House. It's affecting the left lane. And crash 4700 West, 1900 North. This is in West Haven. And let's see what else we've got. Other than that, I have to go all the way to Ephraim to find an accident to tell you about. So that means things are pretty good. A friend of the program just texted in traffic starting to back up southbound in Kaysville. Not sure if there's an accident associated with that, but thank you, friend of the program, that sent that in at 33986. Scott Hale offering a $49 furnace tune-up for appointments scheduled by October 31st. Call 801-264-HALE.
All right, we will take a break. We will be back. Sean Means reviewing movies, including Dune, which opens this weekend right after these. KXRK Provo.
It's been another tough...
Rod Stewart.
What?
I just saw this. There's pictures of Rod Stewart and his wife getting a cozy lunch date at the Subway near their Essex home. There's a picture of them sitting in the Subway. They ordered 2 6-inch subs.
Really? What beverage did they have, Gina? Did they have? I don't know if Subway is a Coke or a Pepsi venue. I'm not sure.
I'm not sure.
I hope they had a cola.
You don't think of Rod Stewart as.
I don't think of Rod Stewart. Period.
And he didn't wait in a car and send his wife in.
Why would he?
He's just sitting there.
Why would he? He's a chivalrous man.
If I'm really hungry, I'll stop by the Subway. Come on, honey, let's get some.
See?
Thank you.
Do we have a contest or something here, or do we just get right to movies?
No, let's get right into it. And it's brought to you by the Nerd Store and Dr. Volts. Here's what's coming up. Lady Mechanical Volume 1, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, 80th anniversary of Aquaman, always at the Nerd Store and Dr. Volts Comics.
Well, here he is, Sean Means. He is from, he's in the studio right now.
Yeah.
Sean is a writer for the Salt Lake Tribune, writing on matters of culture and society, and also some film reviews. And you can read all of his stuff at sltrib.com. Or you could go to another place, right, Sean?
Yep, moviecricket.net.
All right, I see we got a lot of movies, so let's
get through these quick to get to Dune.
Okay.
So we'll start off, The Electrical Life of Louis Wayne. This is a biographical drama that actually has been sitting on the shelf a little bit. It's about a Victorian-era illustrator who became famous for whimsical drawings of cats. And according to the movie, he made it popular in England to have cats as pets back in the Victorian age. He had a fairly tragic life, mental illness, and his wife had breast cancer and all kinds, and financial setbacks and so on. But through it all, he could draw these cats, and that brought joy to his life and other people's lives. The problem with the movie is that all these bad things are happening. The tone is just sort of too light and frivolous, and it's just really jarring. And also that the main guy is played by Benedict Cumberbatch, and he's shown from age 20 until his 70s, and Benedict Cumberbatch is in his 40s, and I don't think he looked 20 when he was 20. And so it's Dear Evan Hansen level of jarring disconnect, and the movie never recovers from that. So 2 stars for The Electrical Life of Louis Wayne. It's playing in a few theaters around the valley.
All right. Next.
Becoming Cousteau.
Okay.
It occurred to me, people don't know this because don't know about Jacques Cousteau because he died almost 25 years ago.
Yeah.
And people and this movie is a great reminder of who he was and what he did. Jacques Cousteau was famous for diving deep into the ocean and filming what he found there. And
he also invented the scuba.
Yeah, he invented the aqualung.
Yeah, the aqualung.
He and an engineer, the first scuba gear. And so his first movie in 1956 won the Palme d'Or at Cannes. He was the first documentary ever to win the Palme d'Or. Also won the Oscar. And then he made a series of TV specials that showed the world, showed everybody what was going on down in the ocean, and made Jacques Cousteau very famous.
The Undersea World of Jacques Cousteau.
And you know, the more he went down to the ocean, the more he saw the pollution was going on, and he became like this great environmental champion. There was in the 90s there was a world summit in Rio, I think it was, and in the final photo of all the world leaders, he was the only not world leader who was in the official photo.
So it's pretty good.
Yeah, there's some surprises in here. Like in his early expeditions on Calypso, his ship, were paid for by doing exploratory work for British Petroleum.
Oh.
You know, things like that, and which he regretted that later, of course, because you know that sort of thing led to you know, the pollution he was going up against. But it's really well made. It's really informative. The footage, of course, is amazing. It's playing at a couple theaters. I give it 3 stars.
Okay. All right, next.
Okay, Ron's Gone Wrong. This is pretty funny. It's a pretty clever animated movie. I would play it as a double bill with the Mitchells versus the Machines that came out earlier this year,
which I enjoyed.
You've got a kid who wants the B-bot. This is the electronic companion that all the other kids have in school, and which act as like, you know, robot friend and social media compiler and everything. But the kid gets one and it's kind of defective. So instead of uploading all the information about the kid, the robot has to, you know, learn how to be a friend the old-fashioned way by like getting to know him. Which causes problems in this chaos, and the company has to like sort of they find out about this and they're going to rein him in because they're worried that it's going to like you know tank their stock prices. There's a lot of laughs here. There's also some sneaky commentary about the dangers of giving all your information to a giant corporation. The matter of fact, the one of the villains, voiced by Rob Delaney. If I were Tim Cook at Apple, I'd be calling my lawyers.
All right. How many stars for this?
3 stars. It's playing everywhere. Yeah, Zach Galifianakis is the voice of the robot.
Okay.
So it's very
good.
Cool. All right. So 3 stars for the Ron's Gone Wrong. The Harder They Fall. This is a Western with a nice twist that the cast and all the main characters are black. The characters are all based on real people in Western in the history of the Old West, but they never got together like this. This never happened, but these people were real.
Oh, okay. All right.
It's very slick, very stylish. A lot of action, lots of blood, and also lots of smart dialogue. So the 2 rival gangs square off for money and revenge. One gang of outlaws is led by Idris Elba. It also has Regina King and Lakeith Stanfield. Those are the bad guys. And then the good guys are also outlaws. They're led by Jonathan Majors, who you would recognize from Lovecraft Country. And he's going to be in the MCU sometime down the line, I think.
Who isn't?
Yeah, I know, exactly. The closest comparison here might be Quentin Tarantino. It's got a lot of that kind of style. But the difference is that the director, James Samuel, he's actually a musician. The Bullets is his stage name. He uses races a lot more thoughtfully than Tarantino ever did to rewrite the rules of what a Western hero can look like, and that's very cool.
Yeah.
I gave it 3.5 stars. The Harder They Fall. It's in theaters everywhere this weekend, and then it's going to be on Netflix the first week in November.
Okay,
All
good.
right. So we'll get to watch that.
All right,
Dune.
We're here for Dune. We can say finally Dune because it has been at least a year. We were supposed to have this last year, and then everything happened, right? You know. So this is the classic science fiction epic. The story of one ruling house takes over a planet from the other ruling house. You know, the House Atreides takes over from House Harkonnen to run the harvesting of spice, the mind-altering drug that makes space travel possible. But of course, the plan is a trap because the Atreides house, the Atreides house is being set up to fail and get ambushed by the House Harkonnen. We see all of this through the eyes of the young prince, Paul Atreides, who's played here by Timothée Chalamet. He's young, he's impulsive, he has to learn a lot in a hurry about how to become a leader. And he has to do this out in the desert with the natives, the Fremen, who live out there and have learned the ways of the desert, including how to harness the power of the giant sandworms.
Oh, there are sandworms.
There are. You can't have Dune without sandworms.
Well, that's what I thought, but I didn't see them in the trailer.
Oh, you've been looking at the wrong trailers.
Okay.
No, this is a big cast here. I mean, Oscar Isaac and Rebecca Ferguson are Paul's parents. Josh Brolin and Jason Momoa are his compatriots. Stellan Skarsgård and Dave Bautista are the evil Harkonnen. Stellan Skarsgård in this big fat suit, you know. And Javier Bardem and Zendaya are here as the Fremen, although you only see them for a little bit.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the most for me the most promising sign about this movie was the very first thing you see was when they on the title card under the title there are the words Part 1.
Good.
And
good.
that is so good because that means that the director Denis Villeneuve, he got the time and space to do this right.
Because that other Dune, the one that we shall not speak of,
No,
was
we shall
and horrible.
We shall speak. Poor David Lynch. He almost went. He went nuts trying to cram everything into 2.5 hours.
You just can't.
This. I mean, Frank Herbert's book. If you've ever read it, and I copped to being a geek at that age, and yes, I read it. There's a lot to get in there, and you need the space to do it. Poor, like I said, poor David Lynch. I mean, I love that movie, but it's flawed as all get out. This Dune it's big, it's bold, it's beautiful, and then
it's long,
and it's still 2.5 hours, and we're only halfway there. And the good part is we get to do all this again in a couple years. I gave it 3.5 stars. It is playing everywhere, theaters everywhere, including the Broadway. The Broadway's got it in. They are reopening this weekend for the first time in 19 months.
Oh, go see it there.
Go see it there, and check this out. They are doing like a whole Dune experience. They are showing the new Dune. They are showing Jodorowsky's Dune, which is the documentary that came out a few years ago.
That is so cool.
The crazy Alejandro Jodorowsky attempt to make Dune that was so bat guano that you can't believe it.
Although he says, they said, "You disappointed?" He said, "No, I made the movie.
It's in his head." Yeah,
I made it.
and then next week on the 29th, they're going to bring out the David Lynch Dune too.
Oh, cool.
So you can compare and contrast. It's the new one is also on HBO Max. If you don't want to leave the house, but if you feel safe enough to go to a theater, find the biggest screen you can find. This is like Lawrence of Arabia level of epic. You just want to see it on the big IMAX if you feel safe doing that.
It lives up to all that hype from the Cannes Film Festival and all that, and I kept thinking, oh, it's not going to be that good.
Right.
It's not going to, but it really is.
Toronto, not Cannes.
Okay.
Yeah. So it wasn't out in May.
Oh, okay.
It's most of the reviews I've seen. I mean, 99% of the reviews I've seen have been matching yours, Sean. People crazy about this.
Can I be indelicate and ask when I can see it not in a movie theater?
HBO Max. Starting tomorrow.
Yeah. Oh, starting tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay, I missed that. Okay.
It's still Warner Brothers. Yeah, Warner Brothers is still playing by those rules, where all their stuff is coming out on HBO Max at the same time. Next year, that will not be the case.
No,
they've already said. For example, the Batman will be in theaters only when it comes out next March.
Yeah, the thing about part 2 of this movie, it was, if I read correctly, it's going to focus more. How we've got Paul Atreides as the star of this. We're going to get Zendaya's character is going to be more the star of the second one.
Yeah,
is what I've been told.
You get much more of her in the second half. And there's characters in this movie you're not going to see in the second one. I'm not for spoiler reasons. So
when does Sting show up? No,
I would love to see that. Frankly, I would love to see a Sting cameo just for fun.
I will kill you.
I have not seen. Maybe Carrie, you know this. If they've said who is going to play Feyd-Rautha in the second half.
I haven't seen any casting.
Yeah,
no,
I think they're trying to make that as much of a surprise as they can.
Sting.
I mean, I still haven't heard any. I mean, maybe you have because you're better connected than I am, but I haven't heard any official word that the second one is even being made.
They have not officially announced that it's greenlit, but I think they have to.
Oh yeah, I mean, this thing's already made a ton of a ton of money overseas. So
exactly.
It'll do fine here. All right.
Yep.
So, big ratings for
for
Dune. Thank you, Sean.
You're very welcome.
And anything next week?
Two big ones next week. The French Dispatch. Speaking of things we've been waiting a long time for, this is the new Wes Anderson. Everybody's in this. Bill Murray, Owen Wilson, Tilda Swinton, Benicio del Toro, Jeffrey Wright, Adrian Brody, Frances McDormand, Timothy Chalamet, tons of people. Yeah. And then the other one next week is Last Night in Soho, which is the new Edgar Wright with Anya Taylor-Joy and Thomasin McKenzie from Jojo Rabbit.
I want to see that so bad.
What is that?
Great.
What is that?
You have a mousy young fashion student who gets obsessed with the 60s and finds herself sort of in a dream portal connecting back to 1960s Soho. And a young woman there who has more going on than you know.
All right.
It's going to be interesting. All right. Thank you, Sean.
Sean Means, moviecricket.net. Thank you.
All right, traffic, Gina, please.
Yeah, the only accident looks like it's causing quite a bit of slowage is a crash eastbound I-80 at 22nd East in Sugar House. It's mostly affecting the left lane, but I see red on the UDOT cameras for quite a while, so a lot A lot of backup there heading eastbound on I-80, so I would avoid that if you can. And if you see anything that other people should avoid, please text it to us, 33986. Are you searching for Pokemon? Locally owned Haster Games has the best selection of Pokemon, Dungeons & Dragons, Magic, and more. Shop online at hastergames.com or visit the store, 6831 South State. Curbside service is available.
Boners round 2 coming up here. The candidates you'll consider. Number 1, you could have served the papers at another time. Boner candidate number 2, I got a chocolate pie here and I'm not afraid to use it. And boner candidate number 3, I sleep just fine, thank you.
Boners round 2, big boy news, all coming up after the standby. Stamps.com. All right, very simple. Save time and money this holiday season with Stamps.com. Sign up with the promo code Jackson, that's my last name, Jackson, for a special offer that includes a 4-week trial, free postage, and a digital scale. There's no long-term commitments or contracts. Very easy to use. Now, I don't mind going to the post office once in a while, but I don't want to spend more time there than I have to. And if you're doing just a simple thing, like me, I'm selling my toy collection, it helps. Or if you have a medium-sized business even, Stamps.com can certainly help you. It lets you compare rates, print labels, and access exclusive discounts on UPS and USPS services all year long. It just makes sense, especially if your business sends more mail and packages during the holidays, especially. This is a perfect time to sign up for Stamps.com. So once again, sign up with the promo code Jackson, that's my last name, Jackson, for a special offer that includes a 4-week trial, free postage, and a digital scale. No long-term commitments or contracts. Just go to Stamps.com, click on that microphone at the top of the page, and then enter my last name, Jackson. Stamps.com. The good news is that I've learned that if you combine the mangosteen fruit with certain alcohols, it will cure cancer. I've got the margarita recipe here, the cancer-curing margarita recipe right here. 1 shot of tequila, 2 shots of Zango, and 3/4 shot of triple sec, all right?
It's a martini.
That'll cure your cancer.
That will cure cancer. I am cancer-free for 15 years.
And there's your proof.
So there you go. What more proof do you need?
So apparently they really put this in the company literature.
Oh, hell yeah.
You see that?
You can't do that.
No. What you do is you infer it.
Mm-hmm.
Say, oh,
you get your distributors to talk about it.
You don't put it in your literature.
Look, all I can say to Zango is, why aren't I your spokesman? I'm cancer-free for 15 years. I found that it's the mixing with alcohol that makes it work. Why don't they call
reaction
me? This is $1 million company. This is my ticket to a big pay.
And they're local here. They should know who you are.
They should know who I am, right? I could give them a whole list of recipes, drink recipes, martinis, margaritas, daiquiris, that will, cure cancer and depression.
You're awfully happy now that you do.
I'm happy and cancer-free.
Everybody knows that Zango won't cure cancer. It's Tahitian noni that cures cancer.
Can you mix that with alcohol?
Oh, no.
No, you don't want to do that, no.
You don't want to drink that, period.
Wonder what does this mean for them?
They have 15 days to respond. My guess is that either Orrin Hatch will swoop in like Super Hatch and save the day, because he's big on that, supplement business stuff, or they'll just have to take that out of their literature.
Yeah, I think probably they have to say, sorry, we won't do it anymore.
They'll have to tell the people who sell it, don't say
that. Does really cure cancer. Or we don't have any evidence.
We don't have any evidence that it cures cancer. But Carrie Jackson, 15 years cancer-free because of the magic cancer-free margarita.
Because cancer's one disease. I love that when they say it cures cancer. Cancer's a whole bunch of different things.
Well, that's the beauty of it. It cures cancer.
That's how
all
good.
kinds of
Apparently,
That's how good this stuff is.
All cancer's the same. You drink this.
Drank all our good liquor, you big moocher.
I like that. That's a new one I put.
You drank all our good liquor, you big moocher.
The bad liquor's still here, but the good.
I drink a bit.
And I'll change this drop from.
What do you say you and me go out and get plastered?
To.
What do you say you and me go out and get
Cure cancer.
What are you guys doing? We're curing cancer.
I am curing cancer with this magic margarita recipe. Okay.
Right this second.
Hey, right this second, I'm curing.
I'm curing cancer
right now, even as I stand here and look at you.
Cancer cells dying right and left.
All right, 8:21 right now. It is time for round 2 of your boner voting. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst. Which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight, possibly becoming Boner of the Day. Winning here secures it a spot in Boner Dome and ensures it will go up against the winner of round 1's voting, which we did an hour ago. But you'll get to vote for both of these champions at 9:20 this morning. That's when Boner Fight happens. You'll decide Boner of the Day for today at that time. Right now, this is round 2. Send one of these 3 candidates forward. 2 candidates now. A third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote. And one of you lucky random Boner voters will receive.
I can't buy it, gotta win it, Radio from Hell Boner t-shirt.
Boner candidate number 1. You know, surely you could have done this at a better time. Dr. Dre.
I forgot about Dre.
Dr. Dre's divorce has been extremely contentious. And something happened on Monday that punctuates the bitterness. A process server for his ex-wife attempted to serve him with legal documents at the cemetery where he was burying his grandmother.
Sources, well, Bill, Dr. Dre he's been hiding out from him. They had to wait for an opportunity when he came out of the house. And
sources with direct knowledge said that Dr. Dre was at the Los Angeles cemetery to put the woman who helped raise him in her final resting place. There's a dispute over whether exactly it was at the grave site or in the parking lot of the cemetery. But regardless,
he's been avoiding being served, Bill. It's the first opportunity we had I think this is terrible. I'm just saying that's what they'll say.
The first opportunity we had. Are you one of his ex-wives?
No, I'm talking of like the attorneys that.
Yeah, they really could have done it in a better place or way.
Yeah.
Not at his grandmother's funeral. It's boner candidate number 1. Here's boner candidate number 2. Hey, I got a chocolate pie here, and I'm not afraid to use it. An Ozark County deputy arrested a man after an unusual foot chase. Deputies pulled over Noel Cole, which is a hard name to say. Noel Cole, wanted for several felony warrants out of Douglas County on Saturday. Investigators say Mr. Cole was attempting to get away from the deputy during questioning. The deputy used his taser. However, the vehicle door pulled the cords free from the man. He was able to start running. The deputy was chasing Mr. Cole, Noel Cole, when he noticed something suspicious in Noel Cole's hands. The deputy managed to grab him. He realized that Mr. Cole was holding a Marie Callender's chocolate cream pie.
Oh, they're very delicious.
Investigators say the pie is safe with them.
Oh, sure. You believe that?
And they will give
an eye on this pie.
They will give it to him when he gets his release. That's the last time Noel Cole will see that pie. Owner candidate number 2. Got a chocolate pie here, and I'm not afraid to use it. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. I sleep just fine, thank you.
Boner candidate number 3 for round 2. Coming up after this, Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by.
At the height of its power, Angkor was a glorious city, but by the late 16th century, the empire was crumbling. Come along on a 3D adventure to unveil the mysteries behind this lost jewel of Cambodia at Clark Planetarium.
I recall hearing that one before.
It's a new one.
In the past 5 years, well, that'd explain it, wouldn't it? In the past 5 years, the Australian town of Cowra has been hit by droughts, COVID, and even a mouse plague. So when it came to bringing tourists back to this sunny piece of New South Wales in Australia, the tourism manager of Cowra, Glenn Daly, knew it was going to be hard. It would take something massive. That's when he came up with the idea to reach out to actor Chris Hemsworth, who is Australia's national celebrity tourism ambassador and regularly shares snapshots of himself traveling around Australia on Instagram. The result was Get Chris to Cowra, an ad campaign backed by the local tourism council, fully embraced by Cowra's residents. In the ad's video, locals, some actual citizens, some actors, dress up in Thor costumes and hold up signs and even make plans to build a giant 4-story high statue of Chris Hemsworth. Well, it worked.
Okay.
The campaign ad was filmed in June, and Chris Hemsworth finally came to the town and had a great time with the residents of Cowra. Now, there are pictures of Chris Hemsworth in this town. What the hell?
What do you mean?
It doesn't look like him at all. He's got really long hair and a beard down to the middle of his chest, and it's all gray. It must be for a movie? But it sure doesn't look like Chris Hemsworth. It's like there's a picture of from the back. He's looking at the blueprint of the giant statue.
Are we sure that's him? Because that guy looks not very jacked at all.
Where did you get this story?
It's from the. Hang on.
Yeah, just looking at this guy's arms and shoulder blades from the back.
From CNN.
And, you know, Hemsworth right now is all jacked up because he's playing Hulk Hogan. And this guy doesn't look built at all like
So I have Tourism Australia. This is in Australia, though, right? This is...
Yeah, New South Wales in Australia. Yeah. I think that's supposed to be him.
I don't know.
Well, I don't know.
All right.
Let's move on. It's not really worth going into anymore. It was nice of them to do that, though. Let's see, COVID breakthrough. So age might be a major factor in a person's chances of getting a breakthrough COVID-19 case, according to some Idaho medical officials. They are reporting that breakthrough cases continue to pop up across the country, even though unvaccinated people are more likely to get infected with COVID than vaccinated people. Some vaccinated people, and Colin Powell was certainly an example of that. Age and pre-existing conditions can be an important factor in someone's chances of getting a breakthrough infection. It's all about what data you have and what data you collect, said Dr. Christine Hahn, Idaho's state epidemiologist. I didn't know they still had an epidemiologist up there.
See, that was my question about this whole story: is do we trust Idaho with science? Do we?
I think this person is this person. Yes, you do. She is a doctor of epidemiology in Idaho, and she's probably correct. I don't think she's the only person saying this. People of a certain age and people with pre-existing conditions are most at risk for getting a breakthrough infection, is essentially what she's saying.
Can I go back to the Chris Hemsworth thing, Bill?
Yeah.
That's not him.
It's not?
This is a group of people that are trying to get Chris Hemsworth to come do a tourism video. He sent a message saying, "This is great, I love it, I'm shooting a movie right now. When I'm finished, I would love to come visit you and see your place." That's not.
I thought that was him, and I thought, it certainly doesn't look like him.
Yeah.
Salt Lake County is offering $500 to county employees to get vaccinated against COVID.
You folks who have done it already, who did the right thing, screw you.
No, Carrie. No,
you
Carrie.
scofflaws
Carrie, look, we just want everyone to get vaccinated. It's okay. I agree with you, but let's just get everybody.
No, it's fine. It's fine. And if you are a county employee who has been vaccinated already, I'm sure you are among the people who are saying, that's great. Let's just get them vaccinated. The county's plan is to pay $300 to each employee who's received the COVID-19 vaccine by December 3rd. The county is also offering $100 more to employees who verify that every member of their household over the age of 12 has been fully vaccinated.
Cool.
Employees
so other people get money. That's cool.
Employees who also verify that they have been or that they've received a flu shot in addition to the COVID. Hey, maybe I ought to work for the county. I could get $500 because I've had all of that stuff now. Intermountain Healthcare. Oh, no, I'm going to skip that story. I'm sorry. There was a fire on the Joseph Smith Memorial Building in downtown Salt Lake. You know, the old Hotel Utah? It was on the roof. Firefighters managed to get it under control pretty quickly. There is some damage there. They say the fire was reported by sister missionaries who were in the area. 15 East South Temple, of course. Flames were visible from the roof. That could have been just absolutely disastrous, but they did get it under
Sister
control.
missionary said, the roof is on fire. They didn't say the rest of that. They just said that.
They didn't say let it.
No, they didn't say that.
Was it the restaurant up there, or is that still there?
I don't know if it's still there, but apparently they've been doing some construction on the top of the building, and it might be related to that. And Gina, this is a story for you.
Okay.
A young woman posted a video to her TikTok account showing an odd discovery she made in her hotel room.
Uh-oh.
The pair says she and her grandmother were staying in this hotel room. So they discovered an access panel in the floor that opened up into a tunnel that stretched out under several rooms.
Ooh.
Addison Cassell posted a video to social media explaining that she noticed a cut in the floor of her room. She found a door, was able to open a door in the floor. Yeah. And
don't try to fool me, Gina. You don't have that in your protocol. This is the first you've heard about trapdoors. But you're going to add it to your protocol, I know.
Let's see, I've got it right here.
Crawl space under several of the rooms. What is the explanation for this? She called the front desk, and the woman at the front desk was rude and asked why. Why do you want to know?
That's our murder chamber.
Then she said, it's because that's where we put pipes.
Oh.
No, it's not. No, it's not. All right, that's it. Sports weather traffic?
Sports weather traffic, yes.
Yeah, so professional athletes have been known to do just about anything in order to get in the right headspace before a game. Some will eat a specific pregame meal. Some will listen to a certain song. Some will watch videos of gorillas fighting to the death.
What?
Yeah.
Minnesota Timberwolves star Karl Anthony Towns recently revealed that he watches videos of gorillas fighting to the death in order to get motivated prior to every NBA game. This guy is, you could
save
I could save
tomorrow.
this for tomorrow. Is
That's-
that horrible?
Yeah, there's a big,
Every game he watches
there was a big story too yesterday about YouTube trying to get. Well, they said that they have been diligent trying to get rid of videos of animal torture and that's things like that. Animals fighting each other, puppies being attacked by snakes, all of that kind of stuff.
I'll save this for boners tomorrow. How about that?
That's awful.
Although I did see a video of 2 dachshunds attacking a snake, which I thought was kind of cool.
As long as they win, that's what.
They did. They won.
Okay. The Jazz had a really great opening regular season game last night against Oklahoma City, 107-86 at the Vivint Arena. Weather, so sunny today, 67 for a high, even sunnier and warmer tomorrow. We could get up to 70 degrees tomorrow. Then things start to change. Midday Saturday, and then looks like all the way through Tuesday at least, we're going to have a chance of rain. Even at some points, rain mixed with snow, depending on where you are. Traffic, let me refresh this. Oh, looks like that I-80 issue has started to clear up. So that's good. Eastbound I-80. 22nd East, that looks better. Also, let's see, we have a new accident to tell you about. Southbound I-1578 south of Midvale. It's off to the left shoulder. And I don't think you've sent anything in via text, but if you see something, you can always send it to us, 33986.
Bob in the chat room has checked. The Roof Restaurant on top of the Joseph Smith Memorial Building is still there, but temporarily closed. Probably while they're doing that construction.
All right, here's boner candidate number 3. I sleep just fine, thank you. Dr. Rashid Buttar, B-U-T-T-A-R, is a licensed physician, and he is one of these people who are spreading conspiracy theories and unsubstantiated medical claims about COVID-19. Now, he says about this, and he's quoted on CNN, well, if I'm wrong, so be it.
That's it.
He's a member of the Disinformation Dozen, a group of anti-vaxxers responsible for almost 2/3 of the COVID-19 misinformation, according to a 2021 report by the Center for Countering Digital Hate. He has repeated countless unfounded claims about COVID-19. And again, he is in fact a physician. Without any evidence, Butter, who is licensed to practice in North Carolina, has falsely said COVID-19 killed more people than the COVID-19 vaccine killed more people than the virus itself.
Not true.
It's a means for mass genocide. He says, and then at one point somebody asked him, "What? If you're wrong, I mean, you lose sleep over this?" And he said, "I sleep just fine, thank you." It's boner candidate number 3.
All right, let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, surely you could have served the papers at another time. You could have found a better way to serve Dr. Dre his divorce papers or whatever the legal documents. I guess he's already divorced. It's some legal documents in the case. But they served him the papers at his grandmother's funeral. Boner candidate number 2, I got a chocolate pie here, and I'm not afraid to use it. That's a North Carolina man. No, an Ozark, Missouri man. Holding a chocolate pie when he was arrested after a foot chase with the police. The police said, we'll take care of this pie for you, don't worry. And boner candidate number 3, I sleep just fine, thank you.
All right, you've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight, possibly becoming Boner of the Day? Winning here does not make it Boner of the Day. It secures it a spot in Boner Dome, where it will go up against the winner of round 1's voting. Good candidate, by the way. So you need to decide in this round 2 which one should go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. Boner Fight happens at 9:20. That's when you'll vote for Boner of the Day. So right now, think about this, round 2, and send one of these 3 forward. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Or you can call the producer's booth in Salt Lake at 877-602-9696. Use your voice. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting October 21, 2021, and vote there. You have until the end of these messages to do it. Let's go. This is round 2.
Non-stop music for 1 hour, right after...
Sensuous. Sensuous. Spell it with me now. S-E-N-S-U-O-U-S. And now we'll use it in some dialogue between our 2 Utah friends, LeVar and LeGrand. Elder LeGrand R. Dunn is on the roof of his lovely West Valley bungalow installing some new shingles. His friend LeVar is down below on the porch having a nice cold glass of root beer. Again, the word is sensuous. Looks like you're doing a bang-up job with them shingles, LeGrand. That hole's being patched up just fine.
Well, I got to get this done before the snow flies. I don't want no leaking on my food storage room again this winter.
Well, if you don't want no leaking in the food storage, then you should keep LeGrand Jr. out of there.
What?
Nothing. Looks like it's kind of hot up there, LeGrand.
Yep. I'm as hot up here as a tin roof cat house.
You're what?
Nothing. Hey, what's that you're drinking down there?
Rut beer. Nice, ice-cold rut beer. Bet you could use some up there.
I could for sure. I'm as hot as a hot dog with mustard and relish.
Well, say, that's pretty hot. Bet you a nice cold Fanta root beer would sure go down good about now.
Yep, I'm really hot, LeVar. I'm so hot that if you was to, hold an old, dry Christmas tree next to me, it would just go up like a match.
What?
I'm a hot tamale, LeVar.
Well, that's hot. Hot for sure. Bet you could use a cold drink. Some Fanta root beer, maybe. Like the one I'm sitting here in the Shays Lounge drinking right now.
Yep. I'm a firecracker, LeVar.
Why would you say that, LeGrand?
Never mind. I think maybe I'll just get down. Climb all the way down the ladder and go all the way into the kitchen and maybe get myself a sandwich and a cold drink.
What, cold drink like a rut beer?
Maybe.
Well, what kind of sandwich would you get?
Pickled egg and tuna. Why?
Well, I was thinking that since you was getting down the ladder and going into the house, since you was doing that, maybe you could get me a sandwich as well and another nice cold root beer too? Since you was already thinking about going.
Look out below!
LeGrand, I was nearly... That flat of shingles nearly hit me. You should be more careful. That was an accident, wasn't it, LeGrand?
let's award round 2 of your boners.
And round 2 of the boner voting is brought to you in part by fries done in the French style.
And Bill, don't forget when you're packing for your trip later, your Robber's Roost Campsite Cordial Rockin' Bourbon. Enjoy this rich, warming, spiced whiskey spirit straight from the bottle, or pour it in a tin cup and sip it by a fire. On shelves now at select DABC stores, produced by Water Pocket Distillery.
Boner candidate number 1, surely you could have served the papers at another time. Dr. Dre, process server, serving him at his grandmother's funeral. Pretty low. Boner candidate number 2, I got a chocolate pie and I'm not afraid to use it. I'm not sure why that was a boner candidate. It was just a funny story. But 16 people sustained it. But the big winner, boner candidate number 3, I sleep just fine. Thank you.
All right. Good choice. That's your boner winner for round 2. It goes forward to boner fight. It might be boner of the day. We got a good boner fight coming up at 9:20. So be ready for that. Be ready to vote. Stick around. All of that. Just quickly, do we have any business we need to get to?
No, I'm not going to be here tomorrow.
You're not going to be here tomorrow?
I think Nick, is our buddy and our pal Nick, will be helping us out tomorrow. So if you're a big Nick fan, make sure you're listening for that.
A big Nick fan?
They're out there.
I'm sure there are. It just
Or if you
funny
hate
to
Bill
say.
and you only like to listen when he's not here, maybe you're not so pro Nick, but you're anti Bill.
I think that's a larger number of people. That's a larger number right there.
All right. Is this a sponsored feature then, Gina?
No, let's just dive right in.
Hit the jingle there, Katie.
Who's that journalist? The pickle guy. Gurky. Gurky. Radio from Hell on X96.
All right.
Here he is, the noted columnist from the Salt Lake Tribune, Robert Gurky. Good morning.
We've noted
Mr.
it
Gurky.
here.
Good morning.
Good morning. I've always wanted to be noted. That's great.
You have been noted. Robert, what do you make of this Steve Christiansen guy from West Jordan who wants to audit the vote and all of that?
Yeah, it's really perplexing because, he's been at this for several months, and it seems like the drumbeat keeps getting louder. I mean, he acknowledged yesterday he doesn't really have evidence that there was fraud, but, he says that's why we need an audit to find the fraud that he doesn't know if it's actually there.
Well, listen, his pillow speaks to him directly, and he knows this.
Well, there does seem to be a little bit of attention-seeking in this whole thing. I mean, he's on these national talk shows, the Bannon Show, and these right-wing talk shows, and it's the same stuff. And the thing that's perplexing about it is the theories behind this are just so absurd. I mean, basically every vote that was cast, or every vote that wasn't cast, I don't know, was fraudulent because it's the only way that any of this holds together. And the only way you do that is to submit all of these hundreds of thousands of actual ballots, because we've got the actual ballots and we counted them, and they comes to the numbers that we have. So it's got to all be concocted from the very beginning, and to steal the election in Utah, it just doesn't make sense. I mean,
Robert, I don't like to believe in conspiracies, conspiracy theories, because that's what the other side does quite well. But I just wonder, guys like Christiansen, and they are in every state legislature, and they say, we need to audit the election and verify the election. We need to get rid of mail-in voting because the voters in Utah agree with me. They don't like it. That's not true.
Well,
that's not true.
Right, you're getting to the point, because that's the end game in all of this, right? He said yesterday he wants to get rid of mail-in voting, wants to get rid of the same-day registration, the ranked choice voting. He wants all the ballots counted by hand by volunteers at the precinct level. What could go wrong there? Right?
And you have to stick your finger in something in purple ink and to show that you voted. What is going on here?
I have a theory.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Robert.
I think Kerry's theory is probably right. I think they're trying to. They know that this mail-in voting has driven up voter turnout among the people that they don't necessarily want voting. Voter ID has made it, that voter ID makes it harder for people that they don't want voting to vote. This extended drop-off voting, that makes it harder, or that makes it easier for people to vote. And that doesn't benefit the Republican candidates like Donald Trump and Steve Christiansen. So that's what they said yesterday. They're actually going after now. There's talk of a voter initiative, a ballot initiative, which I thought was just hilarious, because how do you know if that passes or not?
Exactly.
Because none of the votes can be trusted. So the whole thing is just absurd. But, this is the world we're living in now. And I think it's important to note that he says that a lot of people, a majority of the people, mistrust the elections or have doubts about the elections. Well, the Y2 Analytics poll from May said that 84% have confidence in the elections.
Yeah. Yes.
So this is a minor minority of Utah voters who are really, really loud and upset. And it's the same thing we've seen in critical race theory. It's the same thing we've seen in vaccines and mask debates. It's a small group of people who are very organized and very loud.
Can we tie this also to calls, and I think this happened during the same committee meeting, lawmakers calling for curriculum transparency in classrooms?
This is a different issue
Is
altogether.
Is it a different issue?
I mean, no.
I don't think it is.
No, I think you got a point there.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's largely motivated by the same group of people. I don't really have as much of a problem with parents being able to see what their kids are taught. I think there's some value in that. I mean, it's creating work, and so you'd have to work out the details of how it's done. But if a parent wants to know what the kids are being taught, they should be able to see that.
See what they're being taught. But what these people want is the parents to create the curriculum. And I'm not happy with Sally down the street, who's the volleyball mom or soccer mom or whatever. I don't want her weighing in on molecular biology,
They're talking specifically about the social studies
They're
classes.
talking, but I mean, it's got the same pitfalls, I guess. You've got these people who don't believe in racism in our nation's history, and if those are the people that are deciding that what kids are going to be taught, then I think we're going to be missing a lot. We're doing a disservice to the children.
Listen, if you're not teaching about racism in history, you're not teaching American history. All right, period.
The big problem is, or the big question or problem I have with this is, I think it's probably possible already for a parent to say, go to a kid's class and say, hey, I'm just really curious about what you're teaching. Will you show me what's going on here? I don't think the teacher's going to go, well, gee there, I don't think I can do that. I better not.
The issue comes into, and this is what the teachers were saying, if you're teaching a social studies class, and something happens in the news today, and Robert Gerke with the Salt Lake Tribune writes a story about it today, and you want to talk about it in class today or tomorrow, there's not time to go through that vetting process.
No, there isn't.
To talk about an issue that's happening right now. And the teachers are saying we can't do our job if every single thing we have to do has to be approved before it happens.
You hire us, you pay us poorly to, and then you put your kids in our trust. You say, here, take my child and teach him. Except don't teach him stuff that I don't want him to learn. Drives me crazy.
Well, and I think going to what Gina said, I think it's important that these history lessons have some relevance in today's current events. And so I mean, on those occasions where something happens in the news that you can relate to the curriculum, then it's important to be able to do that. So this is it's the silly arguments that we've been having for the last several years, and they're not going away. And
kind of worries me.
I think it does worry me too.
And
we thought things would be all better.
A texter points out, how about parents get involved with homework? You'd be able to see exactly what your kids are learning if you did homework with your kids.
Yeah, that's really 100%. Boring, though. God, that's boring.
And parent-teacher conferences. That's another place that you can say, what are you teaching?
To circle back to voting, this is why it's so important that you vote for your small local elections, your school boards, your state representatives, your city councils, because that's where these decisions are made.
It's a terrific public service announcement. Your ballot should be in the mail for your municipal elections. You've got a couple weeks now to get them
putting it in the mail today, as a matter of fact. So.
With that ranked choice voting, which is favored by communists.
That's another thing I keep seeing in these arguments, and even Jim Jordan just a few moments ago throwing the words socialist and communist around. They've done it so much these words don't mean what they mean anymore. You know, it's just something they don't like.
It's
evil.
Evil. That's what it is. It's just evil. Gerke, what's your what column are you working on? What are you doing?
Yeah, what do you got?
Well, it's kind of funny. I'm actually filing one this morning on this very topic, on this topic of Steve Christiansen and the vote. So you can watch for that one. And I've got something on compensation for the downwinders coming this weekend.
Oh, great.
Do you happen to know, just before we let you go offhand, I keep meaning to look it up, what Mr. Christiansen's profession is when he's not being
He works for a large faith-based organization centered in downtown Salt Lake. He works for the LDS Church.
All right.
A large faith-based organization based in downtown Salt Lake.
Yeah, well, I don't know.
That's good.
Robert, always nice to talk to you. Thanks. We'll be looking for your columns in the Salt Lake Tribune and talk to you next week.
Yep.
All right. Thank you, guys. Take care.
Okay, thank you very much. Traffic, Gina, please.
The only accident being reported is in Immigration Canyon, actually, eastbound I-80 at milepost 133. Everything else looks like it's moving very well, and you haven't sent anything in via text, so it looks like a good commute you have out there right now. If you do see something, you can text it into us, 33986.
All right. We'll take a break. We'll be back. We got, a reasonable amount of news. We got Boner Fight on the way. We're going to talk about a play coming up. We're going to have that for you. Stand by for all of that. BigOTires.com.
Well, you know what? Gina's saying a pretty good commute out there. Maybe it's because there are a lot of big O tires on the road.
There could be. Maybe people were driving in the rain we've had the last few days and went, uh-oh, my tires are no good for this cold weather. I'm going to go take advantage of that Big O Tires $150 in savings on Big O brand tires and get my car updated for the winter weather.
Well, I could get up to $150 off on a Big O brand tire, but I have to get a Big O credit card. Where do I get one of those?
Well, at Big O.
Oh,
yeah. Tires and...
You just fill out a form there at the Big O, and they'll take care of it.
Easy enough. And then you can use that if tire emergencies or whatever come up at sometime in the future. Big O does all kinds of stuff, more than just tires. They oil changes, alignments, brakes, wiper blades, and fluids. So find a Big O tire store in your neighborhood, and that's pretty easy to do. Just go to BigOTires.com.
So I got a call from Festus last night.
Your son, who was on the road, heading for Jacksonville.
My sailor son, my Navy son, left 2 days ago, and he's driving the 34 hours that it takes to get from here to Jacksonville, Florida, and stopping along the way and spending the night in hotels. And
taking the southern route.
Yeah. Yesterday, they stopped in Wichita Falls, Texas.
Oh, what a lovely community.
And pulled into town and get something to eat. So they wanted to eat good in the neighborhood.
Sure. So I know where you go for that.
So they went to, the Applebee's in Wichita Falls, Texas.
Okay, there you go.
And I'd say that Wichita Falls, it's a good 20-hour drive from here to there.
Okay.
It's not close to here at all.
No.
And Festus and his wife sit down, and the waiter comes over, and his name is CJ. And CJ is very friendly, like Applebee's waiters tend to be, you know, chatty. Yeah. So what brings you folks into Applebee's today? And Festus said, well, my wife and I, we're driving to Florida to go to the naval station where I'm going to be working. Where'd you come from? Utah. We started out in Utah. And CJ, the waiter, says, oh, you know, man, I grew up in Evanston, Wyoming, and my favorite radio station was X96. Have you heard of X96? And Festus says, yes. And he said,
can't believe it.
He said, yeah, and he said, I had a hard time getting reception in Evanston for X96, so I would crawl out on the roof of my house so I could listen to the Radio from Hell show. Have you heard of the Radio from Hell show?
Why, yes.
I think I have.
Kind of.
Yes, actually.
They're the ones that do that that thing in the morning where they have the kid, Timmy, or was that them?
So when did he
Festus,
finally...
Well, when he said that, he said, well, actually, Gina Barberi, that's my mom. And apparently CJ's mind was blown. But
well,
think
sure.
About, what are the odds? This is in the middle of nowhere. Wichita Falls, Texas is not a big place. And it's not anywhere near here.
Did CJ ask for some verification of this? Because I would have. I would have said,
right.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
She's your mom. Yeah.
Okay. I don't know if maybe he did. Maybe Festus showed him a picture of us.
I would have said, you want me to call her right now?
I'll call her. But seriously, what are the chances?
I know.
The odds are better because he was at the epicenter of that town, at the Applebee's. That's where everybody gathers. So
that's true.
The number of people, but the odds are increased, but still very high odds.
I'm suspicious of this story for one.
Why?
One reason that CJ said he was from Evanston. He's from Evanston.
Evanston?
If he was,
I know there's an Evanston, Wyoming.
He needs to pronounce it right.
But he used to have to crawl out onto his roof to get
we
reception good. Well, I just thought it was worth pointing out again. That's, he could have listened to any old radio station in Evanston, Wyoming that didn't require.
There isn't one in Evanston. Now, now here's the other question. Did he say, oh, my God, your meal is on me. I'm buying. Or did he give him a free dessert, a slice of pie, anything? I'll give you a free refill on your drink.
I don't think so.
Nothing, huh?
Don't
Nothing.
think so.
If it was that important to him, and he really is from Evanston.
How would anybody in Wichita Falls, Texas even know there's a place called Evanston, Wyoming if you weren't there?
How does anybody in Utah know there's a place called Wichita Falls?
I didn't know until Festus called me last night. I didn't know about Wichita Falls, Texas.
I've always wanted to go there and see the falls.
Well, I think we should go there. We need to go Radio from Hell road trip to Applebee's.
No. That's all right. You two can go.
I'm not going.
You don't want to go see CJ?
No, I've been through Texas. I don't want to go through Texas again.
Yeah, I'm trying to avoid it.
I'm done with Texas.
But CJ's there. He's a big fan.
Well,
Hey,
tell
move
him
back.
Tell him we said hey, and yeah, he can email us. We have the internet.
But
I don't know. Does Wichita Falls have the internet? It might
don't
not.
know.
I would say that it's a step up for CJ, though.
No.
Step up from Evanston to the Applebee's
We'll,
at Wichita Falls.
Because on this day,
In 1995, Billy Joe Armstrong was arrested and fined $141 after mooning the audience during a gig in Milwaukee.
Arrested for mooning. Ridiculous.
Public indecency, Bill. He was naked on a stage in a public place. I just think that shows disrespect for his fans. Why was he mooning his fans?
They loved it.
Oh, I'm sure they did.
I got this mail the other day. I forgot about this. Came a couple of weeks ago. It was addressed to my wife. Handwritten envelope.
Okay.
It says it's my wife's name and then or neighbor.
Yeah, well, that's not for you then. They want your money. Before you even open that up, they want your money.
Well, here's what it says. Typewritten. I'm writing to you today to share a unique thought. Everyone tries to have a peaceful life, but arguments arise. When this happens, are you prepared to forgive? Forgiveness is the act of pardoning an offender. In the Bible, the Greek word translated forgiveness literally means to let go, as when a person does not demand payment for a debt. Sometimes forgiveness means that you simply need to let go of a matter for your own well-being and that of your family. You can find many practical steps and many encouraging thoughts at, and then there's a website.
Mm-hmm.
And it's signed sincerely, and then it's signed by a person's name, which I won't give.
I still maintain they want your money.
Well, I didn't. I wasn't
Don't go
quite.
to the website. Don't.
I wasn't quite sure whether I should look at the website or
No.
not. I haven't. I just don't know quite what to make of it. I think it's a religious thing.
Oh,
of some
then
sort.
I still say
wait,
they
I
want
know.
your money.
No, wait, I take it back. I know what it is. I know what it is. I forgot. My wife and I talked about this. The website is jw.org. It's Jehovah's Witness.
Yeah.
So it was a nice Jehovah's Witness who's reaching out via the U.S. Postal Service
to you or your neighbor.
To me or the neighbor, to my wife or the neighbor. Didn't bother to send me one, but it was kind of puzzling at first until we went, oh wait, Jade. Oh, okay. That's
See,
what it
I
is.
don't even open mail that says to Gina Barberi or neighbor. That goes right in the trash. I don't even look at those. Maybe I'm
Okay.
missing out on a fabulous opportunity.
Well, I think sometimes you do miss out on certain things. I know that you in the past you have, because you'll say, well, I didn't get that, and we'll all say, well, we did.
Gina, you missed the opportunity to become your own boss. Now, listen, I still have that opportunity. I can send you that information. You can be your own boss, and you can sell these products. You buy them from me, and then you sell them.
Look at how successful Carrie's been
Exactly. So you
Carrie
missed
has
out.
a pink Cadillac. And
I'm in Carrie's downline.
That's right. See, so you've missed an opportunity by not answering your mail.
Yeah, I mean, there are certain things I don't open, certainly, but if it's handwritten,
that's why they do that.
Exactly.
They know. The Jehovah's Witnesses aren't new to this party. They know how to get you to open the mail. They've been at this a long time.
I've told the story many times that every once in a while, when I was a kid, my mom would, get me and my sister and my brother and say, "Listen, don't answer the phone. Don't answer the phone or the door this week, especially the door. Don't answer the door this week. Let me do it." Why? The Jehovah's Witnesses are in town. And how she knew
the
this?
The phone tree called and said,
How she knew this, I don't know.
Or you see them. You can see them around.
Yeah, and then they would come to the door, and she would say, "Hide."
Because what'll happen? What are they going to do?
I don't know.
They can't make you be a Jehovah's Witness.
I have just always said to them, no, thank you. But Gina, that's true. It's really true. I know that no one can ever pull the wool over your eyes.
No.
You are a savvy customer.
JD in the chat room points out, Gina, you missed out on that free dinner at Ruby River Steakhouse. All you had to do was listen to the spinal therapy spiel. That's all you had to do.
I get the Ruth's Chris all the time.
Yeah, the Ruth's Chris. All you have to do is listen to this man talk about your retirement money.
And then you get a free dinner.
Yeah, you're missing out.
It's fun. It's amazing. I mean, I'll bet I get 5 of those a week. And things similar to that, and I just toss them in the trash. It's weird, but people must do it.
Yeah, it works enough that they keep doing it.
Yeah, and I mean, there's nothing wrong with. I mean, they give you a dinner and they talk about financial. That's fine. That's okay. It's not something that I need.
Well, you don't know you need it, Bill, till you hear my spiel, and then you'll go, wait a minute, I do need that.
I already have a guy who did that, and he took me out to lunch once at J-Dog's. So,
wow,
did that win you over?
Yeah, we had hot dogs. So
nothing but the best.
You bet.
Let's see. All right, we will take a break. We will be back. We got Boner Fight on the way. We got a reasonable amount of news. All of that and more coming up. Triple A.
I want to remind you of this event that's coming up from AAA. This is a really, really interesting deal that AAA is offering. It's free for you. And I'm sorry I've lost the copy, but I'm opening it really quickly. I'll have it at hand right now. There it is. It's a winter inspection for your car, and it's one day only. It's October 23rd, so that's this Saturday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Automotive experts will be at the Foothill Village location of the AAA store. In AAA, they've got a 100-year reputation of helping out motorists. This will be a thorough inspection of your car's wipers, battery, hoses, and more. It's a free inspection to help you get your car ready for winter weather. So if they find something, they'll suggest, oh, you better go get this taken care of. They're not going to fix it right there, but it is an inspection. It'll give you an idea of what needs to be done. So that's this Saturday, October 23rd, from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., 1400 South Foothill Drive in Salt Lake, AAA.
children. This is your old friend, the Grave Digger. Today I have a frightening little yarn that has all the ingredients needed to make you shudder. Sex, violence, lawyers, and 3 exploding human heads. This tale is called There She Blows, and we'll take you now to the law offices of Parker, Jameson, and Osborne, attorneys at law.
Mr. Parker?
Mr. Osborne.
Parker, your fly is undone.
Oh? Oh, so it is. I was just having sex with my secretary.
But Mr. Parker, that is so wrong. You're a married man.
I'm aware of that, Osborne, and I don't care. As a matter of fact, I'm going back in for seconds.
Parker, your head is getting bigger. It's... Oh, my God. Look at all the blood.
What's all the racket in here?
Parker's head just exploded.
Good Lord, what a mess. Hey, what's Parker clutching in his still twitching hand?
That's the Bonneville specific file. He's been working overtime to make the board of directors look better in court. I believe he just finished it. Jameson, what are you doing?
Erasing Parker's name and putting mine on it. I'll take all the credit now that he's dead.
Now Jameson's head has exploded too. I'd better call for help. But first, I'm going to go through their wallets and steal all the money. They're not going to need it, and no one will ever know.
Those 3 really know how to get ahead, eh? Their law firm tried to expand too rapidly and suddenly went bust. Well, in case you hadn't figured out the moral of the story, it's... if you're a lawyer and you do something bad, your head will explode. This is the old Gravedigger inviting you to join me next time when our story will be called Chop Chop, Who's There? On Tales from the Grave.
right. Let's see. It's 9:20 right now, and it is time for. Well, we do have Boner Fight coming up. Stand by for that. So we got our two champions from round 1 and round 2, and you'll decide Boner of the Day coming up here in about 7 minutes. So before that, a reasonable amount bordering on big boy news and opinioendo, brought to you by
Flying Vampires, yes. Dracula the Ballet arrives October 22nd. Tickets at balletwest.org.
Thank you.
Critics and supporters of Dave Chappelle's Netflix special and its anti-transgender comments gathered outside the company's offices on Wednesday with Trans Lives Matter and Free Speech is a Right among their competing messages. People began gathering in advance of a planned walkout by Netflix employees seeking to highlight their objections to Chappelle's stand-up special, The Closer, and the company's handling of it. By noon, the crowd had swelled to more than 100. The CEO of Netflix, Ted Sarandos, said, "You know, I pretty much screwed up the whole handling of this, and I have to apologize for that. I didn't handle this correctly, and we should have had a more open discussion from the very get-go, and I apologize for that. And I think they'll smooth things over eventually here with the employees, because most people who work for Netflix seem to like working there.
Yeah, it seems like it's a pretty good company to work for.
Jamie Lee Curtis has made some comments on her daughter, Ruby. Ruby came out as transgender last year, with Jamie Lee telling people, I'm grateful. I'm a grateful student. It's learning new terminology and new words from my daughter. She shares her youngest daughter, Ruby, with husband Christopher Guest. Is it my day to have Ruby or yours? So they're sharing Ruby, you see. She says, I'm new at it. I'm not someone who's pretending to know much about it, and I'm going to blow it. I know I am. I'll make mistakes. I would like to avoid, though, making big mistakes. Ruby says of coming out to her parents, well, it was scary, just the sheer fact of telling them something about me they didn't know. It was intimidating, but I wasn't worried. They've been accepting of me my entire life.
Lovely.
That's rather idyllic, isn't it?
Nice, yes.
Human remains have been found in the search of a thickly wooded area for Brian Laundrie, near a notebook and other items that apparently belong to Brian Laundrie. He's still not been named a suspect. He's just still been named a person of interest in the murder of Gabby Petito. She was strangled to death. She was strangled to death in Wyoming, and she had been traveling across the country with Mr. Laundrie. He left her there. Whether he killed her or not, I mean, he probably did, but whether he killed her or not, we still don't know. The coroner has not said anything about that, other than she was strangled. We know she was murdered. He left, went back home to Florida, then disappeared from his parents' home after about 4 days there.
Which his parents lied about when he left, and they changed their story. And then yesterday, magically, they said, we're going to come help you look, police officers. And shortly after, over here, it's his notebook in a bag. Isn't that, I don't know, it just, the timing of all this seems really...
Mr. Laundrie's items and the remains were found after his parents, Chris and Roberta Laundrie, had informed the FBI and the police on Tuesday that they intended to go over to that park on Wednesday to search some more for their son. Steve Bertolino is their attorney. He said that law enforcement officials met the parents at the park Wednesday morning. After a brief search off a trail that Mr. Laundrie had frequented, the family and law enforcement officials found some articles belonging to him. The discovery prompted a more thorough investigation, and they found human remains. That area had been underwater until recently.
And human remains doesn't mean fully intact body lying there in the swamp.
No.
That could be a foot.
but it does mean that it's Brian Laundrie's remains.
I don't know.
Well, both of you have to understand. Hi, this is Dog the Bounty Hunter. I would have found these remains, but my ankle. My ankle was giving me trouble. I was hot on the trail.
No, we understand, Dog.
Okay, thank you.
We understand.
Please pay attention to me. Thank you.
We understand. We will. We will. And I've been wanting to do this story for a couple of days. A homeless man in Arkansas returned to a gas station to pay for a Little Debbie cake that he was told to steal or take after walking in on a robbery in progress last week. The robbery happened around 3 a.m. last Friday at the Big Red convenience store. The suspect had pulled a gun on an employee behind the counter and demanded cash from the register. As the employee put the money into a bag, the homeless man walked into the convenience store. The suspect told the homeless man, "Take anything you want." And he grabbed a Little Debbie cake and then walked out.
It's what you would have grabbed too, Bill, if that is what you.
I would have went right to the cakes.
But
exactly.
once police responded to the scene, the homeless man returned to the convenience store to pay for the Little Debbie snack cake.
That's a sweet story.
Isn't that nice?
Let him have the cake.
It doesn't say here. I would hope the convenience store would have said, "Sir, it's all right.
Yeah,
you can
let
have
him the cake.
Go ahead and have your Little Debbie cake."
I'm giving you each 20 seconds in a convenience store.
Ooh.
What do you grab?
Zingers.
You go for the zingers first?
Uh-huh.
I think Bill heads for Pringles is what I'm thinking. But.
Or those Giardetto snacks,
A Slurpee.
A Slurpee?
A Slurpee.
Because, see, I don't ever buy Zingers because they come in a 3-pack, and that's just too much. But if you're telling me I can swipe something,
corn nuts,
people will judge me if I buy a pack of Zingers. You can eat all 3 of those Zingers?
Nobody knows what you're doing with the Zingers. You bought them and you walked out. Nobody knows.
That's a lot of Zingers.
The only way Gina ever gets Zingers is if she steals them, apparently.
I don't ever have them.
Try this. Buy the Zingers and say, "It's for my sick father," or something like that,
I don't want people judging me for my snack purchases.
I have 2 sisters.
We're each going to have one.
They're in the car. Do that.
And somebody says, 20 seconds in a convenience store, I go straight for the porn and scratchers. It's a Utah convenience store, sir. All right.
And Bud Light Seltzer has a new flavor. Eggnog.
Nope. Yeah,
nope.
Me,
should be rich.
I'll try just about anything. Yeah. I'm not trying that.
Nope.
Nope, no reason to.
Nope.
It's Boner Fight. With Radio from Hell on X96.
Well, here we go. Round 1, the winner was most Utah voters do not agree with you.
Yeah.
This is State Representative Steve Christiansen, who says we need to audit the 2020 election. We need to get rid of mail-in voting. Most voters agree with me on this. Well, no, they don't. The surveys show that 82% favor mail-in voting. And he says we need to get rid of voting machines. He said, I would like people, and ranked choice voting, we need to get rid of that. He said, I would like people to go to the polls and grunt their vote. The poll person will point at a name, and you grunt if you want. Grunt voting is what we call it. That's going up against number 2. I sleep just fine, thank you. This is a physician. He is a licensed doctor who's one of these, they call them the disinformation dozen. He goes on Fox News and all the right-wing news outlets and spreads lies about COVID and COVID vaccination. When asked about it, he said, listen, I got to look in the mirror every day. I'm fine with it. I sleep just fine at night, too. Thank you. That's number 2.
He said, if I'm wrong, I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. There you go. You've got to decide. Both great candidates. Which one of these 2 candidates should be boner of the day? 1 or 2? Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Or you can call the producer's booth in Salt Lake. They're happy to take your voice vote at 877-602-9696. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Fight, October 21, 2021, and vote there. You have only until the end of these messages to do it, so let's go. This is Boner of the Day.
How do you feel about hot water bottles?
No, I don't have a lot of experience with those. Although it seems to my grandmother always had one hanging on the back of the bathroom door with a hose on it.
That wasn't a.
Oh, it wasn't?
It wasn't?
Well, what was it?
Oh.
It was
Really?
red rubber.
Yeah, that wasn't a hot
with
water.
a hose
Really?
on it.
No.
Wait a minute, she just left that out?
What was that for?
You really don't know?
I just want you to tell me. I might know, but
It's something that's not recommended anymore that women do.
Oh.
Don't-
Well, I think
that's what that was.
I think
that
it was
not a hot water
I
bottle.
think it was also used for enemas. They used them for enemas, I think, as well.
Sure.
But it was the same thing, right? There was the hot water. You could take the hose off.
I don't think you should
I think
use
it, was the
it
same,
for all of those things.
Well, I think it was the same deal. You could take the hose off, and there was a stopper. I think.
This really disturbs me because I thought it was just a hot water
No.
bottle. It was like at my aunt's house.
Nope.
And I saw that. She just left that out?
Yeah, they always used to be hanging on the back, right?
I mean, she knew that we were coming to visit.
So they can dry them out. You
Yeah.
got to hang them
What are you
up.
just leaving
like,
that out for?
They were always on a hook on the back of the
People
bathroom
are coming
door.
to visit you.
It was the custom
Of
of
the
the time. Back in the day, that's what they did.
Don't do.
But I think they also used them as hot water
I hope
bottles.
not.
I'm going to look it up. I'll look it up.
If your grandma ever handed you a hot water bottle, I hope it was something
Hey,
different.
even if it was an enema bag, all right? Why did she leave that out? She knew that we were coming to visit. You put stuff away when you
Well,
know
where do you-
people are coming to visit.
Put that in the enema bag drawer.
I mean,
And
I
they
mean,
used
I
it-
know we're family, but
and they used
come
it
on.
for flushing other things out as well.
Yes.
They used it for douching.
Why would my aunt just leave that out?
Terry, don't douche.
She's a horrible person.
No, everybody did.
I remember my grandma having it hanging on. Grandma Fern had it on the back of her.
Douche.
I mean, I didn't like her anyway, but now I really don't like her.
But see, it didn't do you any damage because you didn't know.
It's doing it now.
The memory.
It's making me think about.
Are you scarred now?
No, her thought process. Family's coming to visit. I'm just going to leave this out. I don't care.
Well, maybe somebody in the family needs an enema or a douche or a hot water bottle. It's handy.
Okay, it's 9:36. Let's award Boner of the Day.
Which is brought to you in part by a chicken sandwich and some fries done in the style of being Frenched.
And Scott Hale offering a $49 furnace tune-up for appointments scheduled by October 31st. Call 801-264-HALE.
It was it wasn't really a close battle at all.
Really?
No. The COVID doctor, he got some votes, but beating it, number one, by 40 votes.
Oh.
Number one, the most Utah voters don't agree with Christiansen. They don't.
There you go. That's your Boner of the Day for today, October 21st, 2021. Now qualified to be Boner of the Week. That will be decided tomorrow at about this time by Dave the Flower Guy. All right, go ahead and hit that, Katie. And
the following is a sponsored feature.
Let's get Graham on the phone. Hello,
Graham Brown is the artistic director of Sondra Immersive. And hi, Graham. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Good. Good. Now, Graham, I'm going to have you, if you would, describe Sondra or the Chocolatier, rather, to people.
Because you've seen it, Bill, but we want to hear from the expert.
Yeah, I've seen it, but I think my descriptions may be a little inadequate. Graham directs these. They're not really dance performances. They're not really theater performances. They're sort of a combination of the two. And describe the Chocolatier for people, if you would, Graham.
Sure. So the Chocolatier is a live experience where you enter the home of a family of chocolatiers, and rather than sitting in an audience and watching something happen up on a stage, you are literally within their environment and going from room to room and choosing who to follow into which rooms. Mm-hmm. So rather than a singular story that happens that you kind of passively witness, these people are living their lives, and you are choosing who to pay more attention to and who then by default to pay less attention to. So it's an active experience, and it is presented in a theatrical form that's a mixture of dance or physical theater and then, more traditional theater. So it's a mixture of abstract movement with spoken text, and then a lot of interaction with the space, as well as often with the people.
Mm-hmm. The characters are actually now as you do this, and I saw it when it was at the Chocolate Factory down on Third West, and it was very athletic too. I mean, the performers are doing things that looks like that will hurt them.
Yes, that's true, and it looks like it looks like it could hurt them. It also looks like it could hurt the building, and so far, neither have happened to any irreparable degree.
It's remarkable to watch. Now you're a part of it, and you can choose not to get very involved, or you can choose to be more involved, and you should be able to pick up the story from the bits and pieces that you see, but maybe not the first time you see it, right?
Well, no, I mean, definitely the intent is that you have a complete experience.
Yeah.
There is a high payoff for returning, but certainly coming once is its own reward. There is a lot going on, and there's two ways that I describe to people that I think help put them at ease a little bit. One is that it's a little bit like being live inside of a film where you yourself are the camera and you're choosing sort of what are you taking, a close shot, are you taking a far shot, are you taking a wide, and then the other reference that I like to make is that it's more similar to going to a restaurant where you look at a menu of options and you choose one and you enjoy that thing, and you don't obsess over the options you did not pick, you just eat the thing you picked. And it's experiencing theater in that way, like you're making choices. So people can get a little bit lost with like FOMO, but when you then we advise people that there's no wrong choices. Go with your gut, dive in, and you'll have a full experience.
So let me ask you this now. There was a character in the Chocolatier when I saw it. Is a rather large man. Is he still in the?
Yeah.
He had some kind of breakdown and went flying down the stairs, and I kept thinking, I'm not quite sure what is going on there. As I recall, he went sliding or falling down a flight of stairs that was bizarre to see. He's pretty terrific, though.
Yeah, so it is a different cast, and we've actually changed the casting quite a bit. So that man, the character is the Rejecter. He has been replaced by a very, very, very small non-binary individual who is like in their 20s, I think. Is of Asian descent. Anyway, couldn't look any more different from what Rick looked like. Big white guy, overweight, big beard. So, and we've done that with a lot of the characters. So, like the hero, who's kind of the main sort of charismatic voice of the Chocolatier, has been replaced by a woman. We did a lot of gender switching. We did a lot of playing with all of those things. So yeah, it's quite a different. It's got the same bones, but it's quite a different show.
Yeah. Oh, do you still get chocolate too? I remember we got some chocolate.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And COVID has made that difficult too. So you get a sampling at the very beginning when you enter in like a sealed container. Like we've been really careful to keep safe, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, you do get a sample of chocolate at the beginning. Both like the little bean, the cacao bean, which is such a very different flavor than what people are expecting when you have normal chocolate, and then a sampling of the Chocolate Conspiracies. Finished product.
Now, the Chocolatier, is it running, through the end of the month, or is it going to be extended? Or?
Yeah, it runs through Halloween, yeah. We have 3 shows on Halloween.
Okay.
And then this coming Friday, and next Friday, and then Halloween. And there's like a 6:30 show, but they're mostly sold out. There's 9 p.m. shows that are available on the Fridays, and then the Halloween show. Yes, we're hoping to catch if you want to get in the spirit of going out, Halloween season, this is a more artistic, perhaps more thoughtful, challenging version of alternative to something like a haunted house.
Okay. So you go to you can get tickets on the website Sonder. That's SONDER. SonderImmersive.com.
Right.
And what tickets are left will be indicated there. Some of them are sold out, but it's really worth seeing. It's an unusual experience, something you've not quite experienced before. You said, well, I've gone to plays. No, it's not that. I've gone to see dance, but no, it's not that. It's very unusual. Like, Jeannie, you should take your daughter and have her see this.
Yeah.
This would be
and it sounds like even if you saw it last time, you should go again because you're going to have a different experience.
All right.
Oh yeah, big time. Well, and the other fun thing about the version of the show this time is that it's the premise, because literally we had to move. The Chocolate Conspiracy has moved to a smaller shop that we couldn't do the show at. So the new location has this more domestic feel, and so the premise of the show is times being what they are, the Chocolatiers are now working from home.
Okay.
So come to their home and check out the antics as they try to continue to work under the continued stresses of all the things of life and their relationships and everything.
All right, Graham, thanks a lot for talking with us. It's a pleasure. I think you do great work. Graham Brown, SonderImmersive.com is where you want to go, the Chocolatier. Thanks, Graham.
Thank you, Graham.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
All right. We'll take a break. We'll crawl towards the exits after these. X96.
I've neglected my fatherly duties all day today. I try to help with the homework. Now, my lovely wife here does it
most of the time. I try to do 2 days a week.
Thursday's your day.
And Thursday's usually my
And here
day.
you are at work.
And here it is Thursday. Now, part of what we have to do for reading, for homework, is read for 20 minutes. So you guys all ready for 20 minutes of, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory?
We could do 5 minutes. How about that?
He's on chapter 4.
He's on chapter 4?
But he was concerned that maybe we should start at chapter 1 so that everybody
Well,
would...
I'd be lost if you started in the middle.
Oh, come on. We all know. Augustus Gloop, man. We all know.
We haven't gotten to Augustus Gloop yet.
Oh, where have you gotten
So what are we
to?
going to do? We're going to start with chapter 1? Well, we'll start with chapter 4.
Start with chapter 4. Don't worry about us. We'll catch up.
We'll catch up.
If we have any questions, we'll stop Dad. And you know.
Yeah,
All right.
Gina might need a little bit of explanation.
Yeah,
I
I'd
could probably do that
I've
right.
never read it.
Gina's kind of slow.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So go ahead, little Bill. It's so hard to call him that because that's
Why?
really-
That's his name.
Yeah. Go ahead. Start. You can start right now. Go ahead.
The next evening, Grandpa Joe went on with his story. You see, Charlie, he said, not so very long ago, there used to be thousands of people working in Mr. Willy Wonka's factory. And one day, all of a sudden, Mr. Wonka had to ask every single one of them to leave, to go home and to never come back.
Wow.
But why? Asked Charlie. Because of spies.
Because of outsourcing.
Spies.
Oh.
Spies.
Spies? Yes, all the other chocolate makers, you see, had been grown jealous of the wonderful candies that Mr. Wonka was making. They started sending spies in to steal the secret recipes.
You editorialize?
Swearing!
Oh, God. No swearing, Dad.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
People want to hear you read, I think.
What?
They want to hear you read.
Yeah, I was going to say, Bill, when Festus and I read, he reads a little, and then I read a little.
Yeah.
And
All right. You want me to read a little bit of this?
Go ahead, read a little bit, sure.
Then something astonishing happened. One day, early in the morning, thin columns of white smoke were seen to be coming out of the tops of the tall chimneys of the factory. People in the town stopped and stared. What's going on? They cried. Someone's lit the furnaces. Mr. Wonka must be opening up again. They ran to the gates, expecting to see them open wide. It was a request, sweetheart. I'm sorry.
People wanted to hear Bill read.
I don't know.
It's homework.
Oh, it's
all
homework.
right.
We
well,
better
okay.
get back to
we
that.
better
Okay,
get to it.
all right.
Get back to reading.
All right.
Get back to the sweatshop. Get sewing those shoes.
We'll get back to reading.
What?
Carrie needs some new Nikes. You kids get to work. $9.50.
I can hear them. They're out there working on the sewer pipes.
They're out there working on the sewer.
That's what they're doing, all right.
You're getting out of town on a good day, I think.
Oh, I hope.
So you're going to take your booze, and what else? What else you packing?
What else do I need? I'm taking my Robber's Roost from the Water Pocket Distillery and some sugar cubes and some oranges. That's it.
It's been so long since I've traveled. I think I've forgotten how to do it.
It's, and this is pretty safe. It's a place we've been before, and it's, it's a Airbnb, but it's in the middle of nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
It's like back in the woods in a isolated place, and they clean it really nice, and it's a very unique house. I wanted to go back.
I'm going to rip the Band-Aid off really in dramatic fashion for my not traveling Band-Aid, because my first trip in almost 2 years is going to be to Florida to go see Festus.
Yeah, but you're just going to do a quick down and back, though, right?
Yeah, he's not happy with me about that.
How long are you going to go?
I'm leaving Friday morning and I'm coming back Sunday.
Oh, the same. See that's the same thing I'm doing, except I'm driving to southern Utah.
But he's like, Mom, I could have taken off Friday or Monday, and we could have made it a longer trip. And I'm like, I don't want to assume you can take days off work. And I was only going to Florida.
And I didn't want to ask.
I'm going to ask you to take off work.
There are decks that need to be swabbed.
Yeah. Oh, what was he telling me? He has a new position. He's the safety petty officer.
Safety petty officer.
I said, what does the safety petty officer have to do? He said, this is serious. Like, whenever, say, a holiday's coming up, I have to get everybody together and there's a slideshow. And he said, I have to tell people things like, don't barbecue indoors. And make sure you wear sunscreen.
And lock up the guns.
Wow.
It's a slideshow of every... I can't believe I have to tell people this. I said, are there really people that barbecue indoors? Is that a big problem in the Navy, that when people go on a holiday, they barbecue indoors?
Well, it's cold and rainy out there. I had to grill the steak. Expect me to pan fry it inside? What the hell?
You can't do that.
Oh, that speaking of Florida, that big nature park where they found Brian Laundrie's remains.
They haven't identified it yet.
I heard some people, some experts talking about how really wild that area is, and I remember we had a discussion before. You couldn't believe that there were bears in Florida, but there are. And you know what else is in that preserve? Panthers.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
You think of Florida as being like Miami, and
yeah.
There are parts of Florida that are there.
Panthers.
Panthers, bears, alligators, snakes, all in that, wild boars, all in that. Yeah. Oh my, that's right.
Florida is just a hellscape.
It's weird.
I'm not interested, just at all.
It is a
You're not going to go
weird
visit
place.
Festus then? He's the safety. I feel safe going if he's the safety officer. There will be no indoor barbecuing on his watch.
I probably should go see Miami again before it's underwater,
Yeah.
Well, parts of it will still be above water for a long time. I saw enough of Florida in my life years ago. I was all over that damn state, in some areas that were so backwards and rural that little kids would come to school and they didn't wear shoes.
Well, it's warm. You don't need shoes.
Yeah, that's what they said.
Yeah.
That's the answer.
You don't need shoes if you're doing book learning.
What, you reading with your feet? What?
I don't need no shoes.
Yep, there are just some states that I don't need to visit again. Florida's one.
I didn't think I'd ever go back.
Arizona, don't need to go. Idaho, full of crazy, don't need it. Texas, what am I going to do in Texas?
I'd only go back to Arizona because I have some friends there. But
yeah, if there's a reason.
All right, let's do the promo and get out of here.
Coming up on Friday's Radio from Hell show.
At 7 a.m., Victoria's back with her Real Housewives of Salt Lake recap. And we're going to have a real-life Real Housewife on the show tomorrow, Lisa Barlow.
Then at 8 a.m., we answer best or meh question of the week, but you still have time to send them to us. radiofromhell@x96.com.
And Salt Lake County Mayor Jenny Wilson will be here at 8:45 for our Salt Lake County update.
So join us, won't you please, as we finish out the week with Friday's Radio from Hell show on X96.
All right. Let's see. Checking to see if we missed anything. Let's see.
I have to interview an ice skater when we get off the air. She's from Salt Lake. Local Disney on Ice ice skater.
What's the Disney on Ice show? What are they doing?
It's called, I can tell you right now, it's called Let's Celebrate.
I see.
Okay.
Generic.
I'm going to find out more. It's just like all the characters. We're just going to have everybody come.
Kind of generic.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Throw them all out there on the ice.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
The one I saw was Aladdin.
Yeah.
The
Aladdin's going to be in this
the
one.
skating genie.
All
right.
I think we're good. All right. Fine job as always, Katie. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
It says here to check the trap door in the hotel room. Check.
Corey is next.